Good afternoon. Let's call to order the special council meeting study session of May 20th, 2025 at 5:08 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means the council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council. If a speaker's comments are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the on-screen QR code or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Following the study session, the Department of Public Safety special awards will begin at 6:30 p.m. and our regular council meeting will begin at 7 p.m. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Councilmember Lay.
Present.
7 present.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our one study session item 25-0075, Hollenbeck Avenue bike lane study. Vice Mayor, do you have a statement that you'd like to make?
I am recusing myself from this matter because of a potential impact on my personal residence, which is located less than 1,000 feet from Hollenbeck Avenue. So I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. Good evening, council members. My name is Lillian Tseng, Principal Transportation Engineer with the Department of Public Works. And tonight I'll present to you the Hollenbeck Avenue bike lane study. Here's tonight's agenda. First, I want to go over the purpose of tonight's study session, go over the project overview, the alternatives that we have developed, the public outreach effort that we have conducted, and next step, and some of the discussion items. For tonight, what we're hoping to do is to share the project alternatives and community feedback received to date with City Council. And we would like to identify any refinements needed for the alternatives. And finally, to receive information needed to help Council select an alternative when we come back to Council in November this year. Tonight, we're not asking for an action from the Council, but mainly we want to obtain input. The project limit for this project is Hollenbeck Avenue between Alberta Avenue and Danforth Drive, which is approximately 1.6 miles. Under the existing conditions, there are on-street parking on both sides of the street with no bicycle facility along the study segment. There is an existing Class 2 bike lane north of the study segment on the figure on the right. You can see that in yellow. And also, there is an existing bike lane south of the study segment, south of Alberta. In the development of the active transportation plan, which was adopted by Council in 2020, staff evaluated the bicycle needs throughout the city. At the time, we identified a proposed bike lane between Alberta and the Dells, given that it is a route that a lot of students would take to and from school. We didn't identify other bicycle improvements along Hollenbeck, given there are parallel routes that have existing and proposed bike improvements, such as Mary Avenue and Sunnyvale-Saratoga Road. Study issue DPW 21-01 was introduced by BPAC and was approved by Council to study if on-street parking can be removed to install bike lanes. Here's the project timeline. We started the project in the summer of 2024, and at that time, we presented the project to BPAC. We had our first community outreach meeting and institution and commercial owner meeting. Then we collected data and developed alternatives based on the data and input obtained in fall of 2024. In the first quarter of this year, we presented the alternatives to BPAC went out for the second round of public outreach, and we also launched an online survey. Here we are tonight. We're presenting to council on the progress we have so far, and we hope to obtain input from the council so that we can refine the alternatives if needed. And we plan on coming back and plan on bringing this item back to BPAC to make recommendation to council in September, and come back to council in November to select an alternative. Hollenbeck Avenue is a residential collector street with a posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour. It is approximately 40 feet curb to curb. There is one travel lane in each direction, and on-street parking is generally allowed on both sides of the street. Existing land use along the corridor include single-family homes, schools, churches, a park, a record club, and some commercial uses. We conducted a bicycle collision analysis for a 5-year period between 2019 and 2023. And out of the 5 years, there were 5 collisions involving bike along the corridor. 2 were at the intersections, and 3 took place mid-block, with 2 colliding with a parked vehicle and 1 involving an unsafe lane change. We collected bike counts on Hollenbeck as well as on parallel routes, including Mary Avenue and Sunnyvale Saratoga Road. The counts that were collected was 14 hours between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. And from the data we collected, Mary Avenue has the highest bicycle usage. And there are a couple of schools along the Mary Avenue corridor. We collected parking data in October 2024, which included on-street parking data on Hollenbeck as well as on side streets. We also collected data on driveways, but then we didn't use them in looking at some of the parking analysis or making determining our alternative. We collected data on both weekdays and weekends during the afternoon and at night, when we think that these are the typically peak parking usage along the corridor given the land use. We tabulated the results, and this figure on the right shows the maximum on-street parking occupancy for any segment, and they're shown in different colors, with red being more than 80% occupied, then orange, yellow, light green, and dark green, with which represent less than 20% occupied. Location in black means that there were no vehicles parked, and segments in gray means no parking was allowed. This corridor is more heavily used in terms of parking between Torrington Drive and Fremont Avenue, around Cascade area, and between Denver and Harvard. Next, I'm going to go over the alternatives that we developed. There are some general constraints that we considered when developing these alternatives. We only considered improvements that would fit within the existing curb-to-curb, which is generally 40 feet wide. Vehicle lanes can be reduced down to 10 feet in width, with the exception of northbound Hollenbeck between Fremont and Remington, where it is currently on the VTA bus route. So we have to maintain the lane width at 11 feet wide. For bike lane, the minimum width we consider is 5 feet, and the minimum width for parking lane we consider is 8 feet. In the downtown specific plan amendment environmental impact report, which was approved by council in 2020, it identified a feasible mitigation measure at the intersection of Hollenbeck and Remington, which includes removal of some on-street parking near the intersection and to restripe the northbound and southbound approach to add a dedicated left turn lane. Current road width cannot accommodate both the turn lane at the intersection and bicycle lane, and we could potentially change the mitigation measure that was identified. However, it would require an amendment to the downtown specific plan and the environmental impact report, which will be a separate effort from this project. Here are the 3 alternatives that we are considering. Alternative 1 will remove all the on-street parking and to add buffer bike lane on both sides of the street. Alternative 2 recommend to remove on-street parking on on one side of the streets alternating between left and right, and to add bike lane. And alternative 3 will remain existing conditions, which is consistent with the ATP. Alternative 1 provides the greatest physical separation between bike and vehicles with the buffer bike lane that would be installed between them. There are 3 locations we considered with special design consideration. The first one is at Remington, which is the location we previously discussed with the mitigation measure identified in the downtown specific plan, and where we are not able to fit in both the bike lane and the left turn lane. At Torrington, given the low volume in existing intersection operation where the northbound left turn is prohibited during school pickup hours, we are recommending that to remove the turn lane to fit in the buffer bike lane. And at Fremont, we are proposing to remove the 4 pork chop islands at the 4 corners so that we can implement the bike lane improvements. In order to implement when all the on-street parking would need to be removed, our assumption is that all parking demand will shift to the side streets and not relocated to driveways. Again, we use the peak demand that for each block in our analysis. There are some areas where it would require a 6 to 7 minute walk to the next available parking, and they are highlighted in gray on this figure. For alternative 2, the recommendation is to remove on-street parking on one side only, alternating between the left side and the right side, and to add in class 2 bike lanes. All 2 will provide a designated bike facility while maintaining some on-street parking. This slide shows where we are recommending to maintain on-street parking, which are shown in blue. On the 2 figures on the right, the top one shows parking to be remained on the left side only, and the bottom one shows how the street would look like with parking lane remained on the right side. The locations where we identify parking will be maintained are based on the parking data that we collected, as well as we're trying to minimize the having residents who park on one side have to cross the streets as much as possible. Alternative 2 has the same design considerations as alternative 1 at the 3 intersections that was discussed previously. And the major the design trade-off is that we want to maximize on-street parking space with a proposed bike lane that would be installed on both sides of the street. And then at the same time, we want to minimize parking spillover to side streets. And to incorporate the alternating on-street parking, this will create a chicane effect with paint, which has the potential to slow down traffic. With on-street parking being removed on one side of the street, we looked at what it means for residents who might need to walk further to park. Segments with darker red show locations where residents might need to walk 5 to 7 minutes to park, whereas pink color shows locations where residents might need to walk 1 to 5 minutes to park. For alternative 3, we are recommending to maintain the existing conditions where parking will remain and there will be no proposed bike improvements. This is consistent with what was identified in the ATP. This table shows a comparison between the 3 alternatives. In terms of on-street parking, all 3 will remain the most without any parking being removed. All 2 will remain some, and alternative 1 will not be maintaining any. Both Alt 1 and Alt 2 will provide designated bicycle facility, and the implementation costs for Alt 1 and Alt 2 are similar. And most of it has to do with the removal of pork chop island at the intersection of Fremont. And for alternative 3, there will be no cost associated to it. We had 2 rounds of public outreach. The first round took place in September of 2024, and the second round took place in March of this year. For each round, we have a hybrid in-person virtual community meeting, as well as an institution and commercial owner meeting. We also have had an online survey launched as part of the round 2 outreach. of which we had over 700 respondents. Some of the things we heard include safety concerns for cyclists and pedestrians, parking impacts for residents, access for service and delivery vehicles, and feasibility of funding and cost estimates for the improvements. We also heard concerns about traffic conditions during school pickup and drop-off hours and safe route to school concerns as well. This slide shows a quick summary of the online survey. Out of the 700 plus respondents, 35% of them live on Hollenbeck, and about 34% live near the corridor. 77% of the respondents drive on Hollenbeck, 19% bike, and 4% walk. Out of the 700 plus responses, most of them support alternative 3, maintaining the conditions. And then Alt 1 came in second with about 37% of supporting Alt 1, and Alt 2 came in the last with about 16%. Next steps and discussion items. So in the upcoming months, we're going to be refining concept, alternative, and cost estimate based on input from council tonight. We will be going back to council to BPAC in September and ask them to make a recommendation to City Council to select an alternative. And we'll be coming back to council and ask council to select an alternative for this project in November of this year. And tonight, we are hoping to obtain some input from council, including thoughts on the alternatives and community feedback we received to date, how we can refine some of the alternatives, and what information might be needed to help council make a decision when we come back. Again, tonight, we're not asking for an action or a decision from the council. We're just trying to obtain input. And that concludes my presentation for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. As I'm bringing it up to council, we have quite a number of speakers. Please focus on questions, and we will try to make sure that we have plenty of time to give staff feedback at the end. So hopefully 3 to 4 minutes max, depending on how many questions you have. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I authored this study issue back in 2020 when I was on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Commission. At the time, I was biking very frequently on Hollenbeck Avenue, and I find myself doing so again. My route to work actually takes me down Hollenbeck Avenue. So I just want to put that out there. I have a number of questions here. So I looked up the NACTO Urban Street Design Guide's lane width section, and it states parking lane widths of 7 to 9 feet are generally recommended. Cities are encouraged to demarcate the parking lane to indicate to drivers how close they are to parked cars. Given this, why is the staff report say that we need 8 feet for a parking lane, and would a 7-foot parking lane be feasible?
So for us, we typically design parking lane with an 8-foot width. And partially is because of we're trying to accommodate the different vehicle size that are out there on the market. Some of them are narrower, some of them a little wider. And also we wanted to make sure if we do implement any bike facilities along the corridor, there will be a concern with door zone if the parking width is too narrow and too close to the bike lanes.
So I'm going to signal that I would prefer if we do parking that they be narrower parking lanes so that additional buffer can be added for the bicycle lane. Encourage drivers to park close to the curb so that there's maximum room in the bike lane and maximum buffer from any door zone. Something I've noted, and again, riding Hollenbeck frequently, it is not consistently 40 feet in width. The width varies. And something that I think would be extremely helpful to have for the third BPAC meeting and for the final council decision would be a top-down survey of the width of Hollenbeck. Essentially see, okay, where is it 40 feet? Where is it a little wider? Where is it a little narrower? Is that something staff would be able to prepare in advance of those meetings?
We did include an aerial survey, which gave us some general understanding of the lane widths. It is our understanding from that survey that it is generally 40 feet. The main exception is at the intersections where it can widen. The scope of this study issue did not include a full survey. I believe what you're talking about is like having surveys out there with, measuring
too
rods,
much.
all that. Yeah, the cost and the time to obtain that before we come back in November or September to BPAC, we would not be able to do that under our current study.
Okay, so that would be cost prohibitive. I don't suppose you have like design documents that will just say.
That segment of Hollenbeck is there hasn't been much development on it in recent enough years. We can go back and try to find, but whether or not those plans exist is
Gotcha.
unsure.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Does VTA currently run buses on Hollenbeck, and if so, how frequently?
VTA currently runs bus line 55 along Hollenbeck between Fremont and Remington on the northbound direction, and the frequency varies between 20 to 30 minutes depending on the time of day.
Okay, my understanding is that VTA will not run buses unless there is 11-foot lane width. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could we look at doing 10-foot lane widths on the other segments of Hollenbeck? where
That has been what we've been considering.
You've been
Mhm,
considering
yeah,
that.
mhm.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. We've gotten a lot of emails from residents on the possibility of doing traffic calming on Hollenbeck. Could Hollenbeck maintain its status as a collector street and have traffic calming measures designed to reduce the speed limit to 25 miles an hour? Would that be a potentially feasible thing, not necessarily as part of this study?
So changing the speed would not change the destination of the roadway, because the destination of the roadway is more in terms of how the road is being used. It is a collector that would collect traffic from the nearby streets.
So it could stay a collector and be designed for a 25 mile per hour speed limit.
So in terms of traffic calming features, it is a collector. And then, so some of the things that we talked about when we brought the traffic calming policy to council to consider is that we could consider some kind of horizontal improvements, such as curb extension, but nothing vertical that would slow down emergency vehicles.
Correct. Okay. I'm going to talk about my favorite topic, which is gutter widths. I have personal scars from this topic. So eyeballing the gutters on Hollenbeck, they're about 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide. Now I can tell you again from personal painful experience that bicycling in a gutter is a very bad idea. So if some of the bike lane width is going to include gutter, right? Is there a possibility of narrowing the width of those gutters? Or I've even seen cities do 0 width gutters.
That's definitely something that could be evaluated. However, that would require not only the civil improvements of removing or narrowing the gutter, but also a drainage analysis to ensure that the stormwater runs along the roadway appropriately. If we were to do something like that, we got it to work and moved it forward, we would need design and construction money. And then the construction of such an improvement for that entire stretch would be highly disruptive to that community. And so we would have to really take a look at the costs and benefits of narrowing the gutter without another larger improvement project to tie it to.
Understood. Thank you. I have one last question, which is the possibility of an alternative form. The complaint we have heard from bicyclists on alternative 2 is that cyclists will be in the door zone of the parking. The complaint we have heard from residents about alternative 1 is that they will have no parking. I am wondering if there is the possibility of doing a bidirectional cycle track on one side of Hollenbeck and then parking on the other side. And so based on my math, You do, say, 11 feet, an 11-foot cycle track. Okay,
Just-
Mr. Mayor?
You're asking them to take a look. Don't define what it is, please.
Yeah. Based on my math, there might be enough lane width for this. There might be enough right of way for this. Is that something staff could examine?
So, given the land use along the corridor, we do have a lot of single family home along this corridor, and so there are like really frequent driveways. So with that in mind, a cycle track is not a very good solution for this corridor just because of the frequent driveways in and out and opening. So typically with corridors with a lot of single home family, we don't recommend implementing cycle track for that reason.
I would like to ask staff to examine that possibility on the grounds that, yes, there are many driveways, but the driveways are relatively infrequently used. As by which I mean people are only rarely pulling in and out. And with that, I know that we've got a lot of other questions and comments, so I'm going to put my hand down and thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate it. I have some questions, but piggybacking off of Councilmember Mellinger's, is it possible to put a cycle track in the middle? Like we could have two bicycle travel lanes in the middle, and I understand that's not like, I don't know if that's a thing or not, but that would seem to eliminate the obstacle of the driveways and also the door zone.
It is something that I don't believe we examined. We could examine. However, anecdotally, I know that one of our neighboring cities to the north tried such a thing and they ended up removing it because of concerns from the cycling community. So we would have to do some more research and digging and maybe even reach out to that city and find out how it went.
Thank you. Okay. Additional questions. So does the current measurements for the bike lane, I think you answered, or Councilmember Mellinger addressed this, but does the bike lane measurement include the sewer gutter? And same thing with the parking measurements, like away from the curb?
They currently do.
And the curb and the gutter is about 1 to 2 feet. Is that accurate?
Likely under 2 feet.
Under 2 feet. And theoretically, that's where garbage cans go, right? When the garbage can comes and collects and it goes right in that gutter there?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
We've had a lot of emails from residents about delivery vehicles. And my understanding is that de facto, what generally happens is that an Amazon vehicle will, not necessarily Amazon, but let's say Amazon, will put their hazards on and stop in the bike lane. Could you please clarify the legality of that, whether that's allowed or it's just something that happens?
I think legally it might not be allowed, but then at the same time, I guess DPS is not always there to enforce it. So it depends on the conditions. And we also checked with DPS in previously, and they said that if it's a really quick pickup and drop off, they usually don't cite for it just because it is a quick drop off and pickup.
And then my next question, going back to, I don't remember what slide it was, but the one that shows the alternating side to side street parking. I think I saw that this was the case, but it seems like there's no switching within one block, right? You switch like at intersections from left to right.
It's not necessary every block. The recommendations of where it switches comes from looking at the parking analysis and
Mhm.
where there's the most demand,
Mhm.
as well as locations of existing crosswalks.
But, and what I mean to say is that you're not, it's not switching from left to right every 10 feet or something. It's like
not.
more or less a block and then the next block.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, great. I only have a few more questions. Does the designated preserved parking on that same slide, does that take into account the existing fire hydrants there?
Existing fire hydrants are locations where we assume there's no parking allowed.
So there's no like, we're not preserving parking where there's no parking allowed anyway because there's a fire hydrant.
Correct.
Okay. And then last question, my question in the Monday morning packets was the one about blue curbs and whether or not those would be allowed. And I'm wondering if there are any existing blue curbs on that portion of the street.
I don't believe there's any existing ones out there right now.
Great, thank
Through
you.
the mayor, there aren't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. Thanks for community for their input and coming here. I'll make it really quick. So based on the letters we received, emails we received, and then speaking to the residents and then the biking advocates, these are the concerns I have from residents' point of view, biking community point of view, and pedestrian. And then this study surprisingly doesn't address any of the pedestrian issue. If you look at any of the, I measured, first of all, it's in my district. The east of Allenbeck is District 3. And then I measured on Google Map the signal between various pedestrian crossing. It's varies from 0.4 miles to 0.5 miles. You may have to check that. The biggest being from Alberta to not Cheyenne, the other one. And then the other thing regarding pedestrian, one of the requests our residents have frequently asked is Cheyenne and Allenbeck. That intersection is very dangerous. It doesn't have any pedestrian crossing, and then it directly leads to Nimitz Elementary. So it's very, very crucial you look at this. The other question we, Council Member Mellinger talked about, now I'll talk about the residents' concerns. We heard some of the concerns which was highlighted by Council Member Mellinger. The biggest concern is the speed of the vehicles on Allenbeck. And then frequent, everybody, including myself, has seen people or vehicles crossing the double yellow lane. So even with 12 feet, if crossing the yellow line is frequent, how come reducing it to 11 feet would improve the traffic safety? That you need to look into, right? How would that, maybe putting a temporary barricade or something like that might be one solution, right? And then I'm really quick. And then we talked about traffic calming. That has been coming up quite frequently. My question is, how does, after implementing whatever the alternative, how would traffic calming be studied, right? Or is it worth studying traffic calming with this together so that we can implement the whole project together as opposed to doing bike lane first, pedestrian crossing next, and then traffic calming another way, right? So that's my this thing. And then I understand about the biking community's safety concerns. As they say, safe street saves lives. And then I would add, safe street for everybody will save lives. So that's what we need to aim for. Those are my questions for now. I am below 4 minutes, so I will wait for public comment and then later on come back. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for this excellent study. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I do have one about the second alternative. Why do we, I guess, continue to do the alternating bike lanes? So one of the photos that were shown that was south of El Camino example is actually where I live, and some of the things I see every day, it's dangerous for people pulling out a driveway into oncoming traffic. It's dangerous for cyclists if the door's open. And where it starts to weave and the bike lanes end, people tend to park there and not know they shouldn't be parking there to block the bike lanes. So is there any, if there's any possibility to have a consideration for the bike lane on the inside with the parked car on the outside?
I think in order to do what you're referring to, where the bicycle is at the gutter line, right, is at the curb line, and the parked car is out closer to the vehicular lanes. In order to make that work, I don't think we have enough width here. We would need we would need, roughly, we would need to remove all the parking, I think, in order to make that, because it requires a buffer between the bike lane and the vehicles in that instance.
And in addition to that, in that buffer area, so between, if the bike lane is closest to the curb and parking is to the left of it, so there is a requirement to put in the buffer so that the there so that and the same, and the requirement also includes some kind of vertical separation within the buffer so that when vehicles are trying to back into the space, they won't accidentally back into the bike lane. So it's with constraint there.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve the rest for the later.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and thank you to the community for coming out and letting us know your thoughts about this and expressing your concerns. I do have just a couple questions. Again, many of mine have been asked and answered, so I'll be brief. Just trying to get to the slide. So with the parking utilization infographic on slide 12, you mentioned that this is the peak demand. Would we be able to see that disaggregated into the collection periods? So midweek in the day, the weekend in the morning or in the evening, and then overnight parking.
So we don't have those graphic or information right now. So the way we did it is that this is the peak for each segment, but not necessarily the peak for like one particular period. So for each individual segment, this is kind of like the worst case scenario.
Okay, I was just
Mhm.
wondering, so you do have the data
We do
to
have the
where
data.
that could
Mhm.
be presented in that way.
Correct.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's helpful. And then it's always just wild, but the downtown specific plan, I'm pretty familiar with our downtown. And that struck out, I'm like, where did that come from? I wasn't here when we did the downtown specific plan, but could you, I know the answer, but could you just speak to why that particular intersection is part of the downtown specific plan?
So when we worked on the analysis for downtown specific plan, it is, the project include a lot of different land use because it's, you know, basically redeveloping the downtown, and some of these traffic from downtown are directed to various streets. And so this location actually, based on the conditions in the cumulative conditions, would the downtown specific the downtown traffic would create an impact to this intersection. Therefore, there was a mitigation that was identified.
That's so interesting the way that analysis is done because it looks so random, but it does make sense.
Mhm.
And so we would need to make an amendment and to change the current plan based on, say, if we were to make an alternative change in this. That would be-
Yeah, like amendment to the plan and the environment and the CEQA document would be required.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I noticed that there isn't any bike counts here. So we have demand for parking represented, but then not data for how many people are using the bike lane. And so the demand to have like a dedicated bike lane. Is that information that's been collected or is possible to collect?
We did collect 14-hour bike counts on Hollenbeck, Mary, and Sunnyvale, Saratoga. This is on slide 11.
Oh my gosh, did I just like miss it totally? Yes, thank you. I missed that thing, so thank you for pointing that out to me. Great, excellent. The rest of them I'll save for after public comment.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Manager, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, the study scope doesn't include traffic calming or pedestrian improvements. So I just wanted to share with council, if we wanted to add those types of things to the scope, it would be a significant expansion of scope and delay the project a bit while we did that. Just one other side note, we have a queue of traffic calming requests, and everybody's traffic calming project is the most important. So I wouldn't want to have any specific project jump the line in terms of traffic calming requests.
Thank you. I had several questions. one thing that I've seen in a few emails is the concept of one-way turning Hollenbeck into a one-way street. Is that on the table at all, or is that would be such a major traffic effect that it would?
I can take that one. Yeah, so Chip Taylor, Public Works Director. So it's not on the table for this. We were looking at the existing width. When we go into something like a one-way, it's going to be a significant expansion of scope because you're going to divert traffic to a lot of the other roadways and how expansive that would be. So it'd be a much larger traffic study and it would divert traffic. So I don't know that it would provide as much benefit as we might want for this particular roadway for bike lanes, but that would be, it's not in this current scope.
Okay, and I'll have comments about that later, but I don't think that it would be such a wider effect. I don't think it makes sense to even look at changing scope. Going to the chicanes. So I would love to see option 2B with the parking on one side of the street when we've done, you know, and I've heard different takes on this, but I understand it's meant to slow down traffic. That being said, you end up losing amount of parking, or you have people parking in the into the bike lane, just the front of their bumper or just the front fender forward. So you know, I've seen looking at Wolf Road. To me, it seems more unsafe because of the chicanes. That's a personal effect as for whether or not biking or driving, just because it does require that weave in and out. But I would love to see an option 2B if possible, with the parking on only one side or the other. And I don't know how you decide what that is. There's been lots of questions about the door zone. The concept that option 2 that has right now is implemented in multiple places around the city, right? You know, so the design that's being proposed for option 2 is the same that's on Mary Avenue, Sunnyvale Avenue, nothing different from a design standpoint, or are the lane widths actually different? And maybe you can't answer this. I know I didn't ask this question until I saw the
expression.
presentation. Yeah.
Okay. I anecdotally, you know, we don't have that for sure right now, but I believe you're right. It's roughly the same as where we have facilities throughout the city. We could look into that a little more in depth and compare dimensions if that's of interest.
Okay, thank you. And I had similar questions about traffic calming. You know, it's adding it to the list to me, you know, it's not one or the other. And that was one of the things of council making that distinction of making sure that traffic calming is allowed on collector streets. Adding this to the list outside of this study, I think is important. I don't think that they're directly related. I think, you know, making our street traffic calming around the city is critical, and we'll talk, and later we can talk about how this gets on that list. But that was all of my questions. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Srinivasan.
I have one question on slide 19. It says the parking is on Alberta, from Alberta to the Dallas Street. It's 6 to 7 minutes. Actually, the parking, there is no pedestrian crossing there. The nearest street where it can be parked, cars can be parked, is Cheyenne, which according to my Google map, it's about quarter mile. It's about 12 minutes walk one direction. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
That's
have
all.
one very brief one as well.
Sorry, Councilmember Mellinger.
Yes, in line with the mayor's suggestion about a 2B, looking at doing the ditching the chicaning entirely and using only one side of the street. Another option that might be worth considering is switching the parking sides only at intersections so that there is no need for the sort of angled transition zones. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Use your raised hand feature now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. With the number of speakers who wish to speak, speakers will have 1 minute to speak. You will also have 2 minutes from the beginning of our first speaker to either turn in your speaker card, which many of you already have, or raise your digital hand. And then we will not be accepting additional speakers after that, just so that we can manage the time and we don't have people jumping in at the last minute. As a reminder to everyone in the room, this is a safe space. So no booing, no clapping. We need to make sure that all people, no matter what their opinions, feel comfortable sharing their opinions at the lectern. With that, I will be reading off 2 names. First person comes to the lectern, the next person hopefully will be in the wings so that we can do the transition as quickly as possible. First up is Susan S., followed by Scott S.
Hi, I live on Hollenbeck at the intersection of Hollenbeck and Harvard. This is a very high volume, high speed road. And we have at least one major traffic accident at my intersection every year. Police frequently don't come out for these accidents unless there's injuries. So don't have really deep Department of Public Safety data about the accident rate here. In the time that I've lived there, 2 cars have barely missed my house. Do I do this? How do we, like that? Oh, there we go. This is my intersection. I see this all the time. In this case, this car hit a parked car, swerved, and then hit a retaining wall, flipped in the road, and was upside down. In this case, this is my neighbor's house across the street. Oncoming car, the blue one, should have yielded to the pink car, didn't. The pink car ended up in their living room, barely missed his daughter. She was sitting right next to a car when it entered the living room. There's the car. I don't know if you can see the pink oval. I can go through more of these pictures, but that's the message. We need the traffic calming before this happens. It's dangerous. I don't want to call 911 on bicyclists.
Thank you very much. Next up is Scott S., followed by Steve S.
Hi, good evening. I've lived on Hollenbeck Avenue for the past 20 years. The polls show the primary use of Hollenbeck is for cars, followed by walkers. It's always in use for parking as well. If this were to become a ballot issue, do you believe a majority of Sunnyvale residents would vote to use $2 to $4 million of tax money to install a bike lane? I don't. City's role is to provide for the basic infrastructure of the public at large, the majority, not to appease a vocal minority of bike proponents. No matter how vocal, no matter how well organized, they are the minority. There's already a number of bike paths that allow bikers to traverse the city. The ones near my home are rarely used. The previous study conducted years ago exempted our area of Hollenbeck or Collector Street from bike lanes because it's used for emergency response. As a police officer for 24 years and a former paramedic here in Sunnyvale, I can tell you it will slow down emergency response. Please do not impede emergency vehicle traffic on a Collector Street in order to appease a vocal minority. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve S., followed by Alec K.
Each of you should have a handout. Proper project scoping matters. Okay. And an incomplete recipe means a poor result. Little tiny graphic in the bottom is a cake that isn't built right. Okay. 40 years in the making on Hollenbeck. It's become a virtual 4-lane road, overspeeding up to 45 miles an hour or more, crossing the double line, passing at high speed, passing people, cars diving toward curbs at controlled and uncontrolled intersections, crashes in cars, bicycles. Add to the recipe. This is the 4th time I've brought this. This project has been misscoped. I brought it up in September. We've had 7 to 8 months to deal with this. Nothing's been done. Okay, we maybe need to start a DOSE, Department of Sunnyvale Efficiency. Okay, lack of capacity created a dangerous situation. We can go back to Mary, including the scope of the challenges, more signs, add a flashing crosswalk at Cheyenne is really important. And the
Thank you.
background you see there is an upside down car near to the Dalles and Hollenbeck.
Thank you. Alec K, followed by Sandhya P.
So on a typical Sunday afternoon, when I drive home, we see over 20 residence parkings within one block. And I also saw one Amazon delivery, as Charles mentioned, one Amazon delivery parking with multiple stops, and one USPS parking with multiple stops. And we have one ongoing construction site with multiple cars and one construction notice, but I didn't see any bikes. And similarly, so this is the Challenger Way, near Challenger campus. So I also see over 30 bike parkings every 30 minutes for multiple games. So this is how looking more data. So it will impact 200 families. We have over 160 single families and over 30 multi-families. And every year, it will eliminate 62K parking spaces for us. And it also impacts 2 schools. So we have many voices. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Sandhya P, followed by Richard C.
Hi. So I'm a biker and my child bikes on Hollenbeck every day. He goes to school on Hollenbeck. But even I understand that taking away all parking and adding bike lanes is not going to solve the critical issue, which is speeding traffic and erratic driving on Hollenbeck. Okay, now this was some data that I found on, sorry, let's see. Okay. So I did find this data on sunnyvalesafestreets.org, which said there were 33 collisions on Mary Avenue and 38 collisions on Sunnyvale, Saratoga. Now, these are lanes with bike lanes. So then don't we need to start thinking that there are better solutions out there than just put bike lanes to ensure safety for all? And our mayor itself had come up with a campaign where he reduced the speed on El Camino Real to 35 to ensure safety for all. So I think this council should seriously consider a traffic calming study and see if there are better solutions available. And maybe we have another meeting where all the community members can come together and discuss solutions, members of all groups coming together to discuss a solution for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard C, followed by Charlene L.
Right, good evening. I think at the heart of the safety issue at Hollenbeck is one thing. It's vehicle speed. And, speeding is the root cause that threatens all of us. It's the factor most closely tied to accidents. And unfortunately, the plans that we have now ahead of us, none of them are addressing that issue. The addition of a bike lane is not going to make it safer if cars are going to be continually allowed to be speeding 40, 50 miles per hour down Hollenbeck Avenue. The removal of the parked cars is going to remove that natural barrier that causes cars to slow down. Pedestrians, we're looking at seniors, children who are now going to have to cross the street. For me to walk around the corner or walk across the street is not a big deal, but now you're looking at seniors, people with disabilities, and children who are now going to be forced to walk across a busy road that has no traffic calming measures, cars speeding down, totally uncontrolled, which makes it an unsafe environment for drivers, pedestrians, and bikers.
Thank you. Charlene L, followed by Kevin J.
Hi, I'm speaking for Sunnyvale Safe Streets, and I want to say up front that we are supportive of traffic calming. The existing conditions are fraught with hazards. Without dedicated space, drivers and cyclists are forced to share the travel lane, causing many conflicts. It is a dangerous situation for everybody, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. Alternative 1 is the only safe option. Cyclists and drivers each get their own lane. Removing street parking establishes clear sight lines for everybody, including the people backing out of their driveways. Alternative 1 is the only one that complies with Caltrans guidance on complete streets. The bike lane width is sufficiently wide. The choice of buffered bike lanes is suitable for Hollenbeck, which is 30 miles per hour. I'm really angry at the attitude that people insist that they cannot walk around the corner to park their car at the expense of endangering a lot of people's lives. I'm angry that children don't have a safe way to get around our city and have the freedom that they need. Thanks.
Thank you. Kevin J, followed by Gwen M.
Okay,
I'm
good.
just going to advance the slides for him.
Good evening. Alternative 2 is dangerous. By trying to squeeze parking onto a street that does not have space for it, cyclists are coerced into riding in the door zone. Every year, this hazard results in many severe injuries and deaths. Next. Another hazard of Alternative 2 is that people habitually block the bike lane at parking zone transitions. This causes cyclists to suddenly swerve around these illegally parked cars and into the path of overtaking drivers. Next. Alternative 2 fails to meet important provisions of Caltrans Complete Streets guidance, which specifies the minimum width of bike lanes, door zone buffers, and bike lane buffers for the conditions on Hollenbeck, none of which Alternative 2 provides. Public streets are a transportation facility. They should be safe. Please make sure that's the top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen M, followed by Chloe D.
Hi, thank you. I live near Hollenbeck and I biked frequently to Nimitz Elementary School. The short trip could be challenging and quite dangerous. Alt 3 is the most dangerous option of all the options. So please do not choose that one. Children biking to and from school should not be thrown into car traffic. Alt 3 will not increase ridership. It does nothing for our city goals of advancing climate action, ridership, or Vision Zero. Next slide, please. Caltrans guidance specifies that shared lanes be used on roads 20 miles per hour or less. Hollenbeck is 30 miles per hour when people actually follow the speed limit. Alt 3 should not be used. Next slide, thanks. Comparing the three options, Alt 1 is really the only option. It is the only option that satisfies the guidance. Alt 2 and 3 have many unacceptable hazards, and neither one satisfies the guidance. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Chloe D, followed by Daniel K.
Hello, my name is Chloe Dahl, and I'm a sophomore at Homestead High School. Hollenbeck serves as a vital road to 10 schools, 5 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools. It is a crucial road for those traveling to Dienza College, which is just below this map. In addition to these schools, there are also many public spaces like the Sunnyvale Public Library, Sarah Park, and Las Palmas Park. These places are beautiful destinations in our cities that have the opportunity to bring people together, yet you could be cutting them off from a population that would need them the most, students. Students already bike on Hollenbeck, and many bike on the sidewalk. Students my age would love to go to these places on their bikes, but feel compelled to ride on sidewalks to feel safe. Kids are transitioning to e-bikes, which makes it even more dangerous going fast speeds down sidewalks where kids are walking.
Thank you. Daniel K, followed by Jonathan B.
Good evening, council members. My name is Daniel Karpelevich. The general plan directs us to prioritize safe accommodation for all transportation users, such as people walking, biking, and driving, before considering non-transport uses. It also makes clear that parking is not a transport use. Alternative 1 aligns with these policies. Reallocating space from car parking to safer bike infrastructure isn't just a good idea, it's city policy. Let's follow through on the commitments we've already made and make our streets safer for everyone. Street parking has been a major concern among some residents. These concerns suggest that Hollenbeck is overflowing with parked cars, but the data tells a different story. Each home has at least 4 off-street parking spaces, 5 spaces on average. Based on our own counts, 75% of Hollenbeck houses had at least 1 unused driveway space. And on the block with the most cars parked on the street, which is between Danforth and Harvard, 90% of homes have at least 1 unused driveway space at night.
Thank you very much. Jonathan B., followed by AJ.
Since the residents have been very concerned about parking, my report includes only data on parking at night when the residents are there. All the data I show comes from the consultant's report. South of Fremont Avenue, parking usage is very low. About 2/3 of the surveyed area had no parked cars at all at night. North of Fremont Avenue, the picture is more complicated, with a few areas of higher usage. More than half the cars parked on Hollenbeck at night were in 1 block between Harvard and Danforth. Although the great majority of homes in that area have unused space in their driveways at night, some homeowners may need to park on the street. Is there sufficient parking on nearby side streets to accommodate them? This is the same map, now showing the average number of unused parking spaces at night on the side streets. These are only the available empty spaces. Combining the slides, one can see that there is more than sufficient parking on very nearby side streets at every location. Parking will be tight at the northernmost half block, but there is still abundant parking on Harvard as well as the driveway spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. AJ, followed by Nick B. Is AJ not here? We'll move on to the next speaker. You can speak, AJ.
I am AJ, but it's not on. I know.
It's not on the study session? Okay. Nick B., followed by Michael K.
Hi, my name is Nick Brosnahan. I've lived in Sunnyvale for 27 years. I am a cyclist. I go everywhere in Silicon Valley on my bike. I am definitely in favor of alternative 1. It's the only reasonable choice. Alternative 2 includes both door zone bike lanes and what I like to call human protected chicane parking. Don't do that, please. Obviously, what we have with the existing conditions are terrible. If you take the lane as a cyclist, cars decide to cross the yellow line and, go head to head with whoever's coming down the other side. If they make a bad choice, they drop right back in right where you are. So please don't do that either. Please do the simple thing. Remove parking. None of the residents that park on the street are paying for parking on that street. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael K., followed by Stephen M.
Hello. I live within a half mile of Hollenbeck, and I support alternative 1, which are buffered bike lanes. I regularly bike on Hollenbeck to reach destinations in central Sunnyvale, right? The pool, the library, Caltrain, Murphy Street. Those are all great, but generally I feel unsafe biking on there because of the parked cars. You're constantly watching out for car doors, watching for moving traffic. And when our kids were small and we would go to the library, for example, I would tell them to bike on the sidewalk because of the safety concern with the car doors. And because of that ongoing concern, I do not support alternative 2 because that risk is still there. If that were present, probably still tell the kids, don't bike here, right? You're still going to have the same risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen M., followed by Larry M.
Good evening, all you beautiful people. So I live in the Fairbury neighborhood, and I bike a lot, and I am required to use Hollenbeck for the portion from Fremont Avenue to Vanderbilt, and I get off as soon as I can. And there's one black pickup that's always there pushing me into traffic, but it's not about me. It's about the people that are too scared to bike. It's about the kids. It's about people that aren't pro cyclists like me. And I've been hit by a car, and it was a parked car, and all of a sudden it's not a parked car. And 3 times in the last year, the same thing happened. I thought it was a parked car. I'm going right by. And luckily, I have a loud voice because that car pulled right out into me without looking. And we have just disastrous drivers in Sunnyvale, right? This is not Japan. This is not Spain or France. This is the land of drivers that just don't look, don't care, distracted, whatever. And I give you all kisses. I'm an engineer. Kiss, keep it simple, silly. And another S, keep it safe as well. So just keep it simple. Alternative one is simple, straightforward. It's the least cost. Please do it.
Thank you. Larry M., followed by Amy M.
My council members, I own a property on Hollenbeck, and it's all about safety. You're right. The number 3 would be the best alternative. When you think about it, the people that have to walk 5 or 6 minutes across the street, well, that's a problem. But try crossing Hollenbeck at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. 2 bicyclists have been injured. One hit a parked car, and the other, somebody made the illegal turn. I don't know if you guys want it on your conscience, somebody trying to cross that road and getting hurt or killed. It's a dangerous road to cross. It's not the 5 minutes. It's walking across that street. Something to consider.
Thank you. Amy M., followed by Susan B.
Thank you. In addition to that, there are individuals, I actually live on Hollenbeck, in my family that have disabilities. So I just can't imagine having one of my senior family members or someone with a disability trying to cross the streets just to save time, which will happen. Additionally, I wanted to point out that, you know, I understand UPS and Amazon, those are quick stops, but what about the person that's going to be doing their driveway, putting a fence in? That requires bigger trucks, that especially a cement truck, if they need to pour, where are they going to stay? And I think that the survey needs to take into account and look deeper into what do homeowners do, because that's something that's going to happen often and frequently. There's about 150, give or take, houses within the stretch of Alberta and Danforth. And I think we need to look deeper so that we do keep it safe, whether you choose option 1 or option 3, which I support.
Thank you. Susan B., followed by Maya Y.
Susan Bremen, 30-year resident. I'm a bicyclist. I use it for local transportation. However, on Hollenbeck, which is only a few houses from where I live, I avoid Hollenbeck. I get off on Vanderbilt and then curve around to get back to where I wanted to be or wanted to go. I would make a couple of comments. Crossing the street, I think people are forgetting the fact that there are rooms on their driveways. I would like to say door zone, big issue. If the bike lane, if people are going to be in the bike lane, they're going to go outside. One other thing, there are young people using scooters now, and this is the future. And we need to keep these people safe. And how are we going to do that? Through bike lanes. You do not want them to get hit by a door. You do not want them to go in the middle of traffic. So please consider that. This is the future of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya Y., followed by Pevermial. Oh.
Good evening. I'm one of the many students who use Hollenbeck Road by myself since I was 8, and I'm 15. This denotes I've taken this road approximately 1,300 times just to get to and from school in the past 4 years. I'm sure me and my hundreds of other student biking peers can agree, and adding bike lanes can increase our biking population, especially during school times, and promote sustainability, in addition to reducing vehicle traffic in mornings, which can address the concerns with increased traffic and reckless driving due to these lanes. One wrong moment in such a narrow, undefined space for bikes could cost me my life. I sometimes choose to ride on the sidewalk just to feel a little safer. I'm asking you to support alternative 1. Implementing buffered bike lanes or moving street parking could make a meaningful difference. So why not take the steps to reduce the risk of someone getting injured or even worse, dying? Thank you.
Thank you. Pevermial. Oh, sorry. Followed by Fawaz T.
Hello, my name is Perennial Ong, a sophomore at Homestead High School who bikes to school every day. I support alternative 1, buffered bike lanes and the removal of street parking on Hollenbeck. I use Hollenbeck to go to Cumberland Elementary School to attend their Cumberland Garden event whenever I can, and biking on it has led to many close calls. Even to today, biking here with a large group has left me feeling shaken. I was forced to bike in the middle of the road without a bike lane, with many cars following behind us, pressuring us to move faster. With bike lanes in alternative 1, there would be a place for bikers like me to get places safely, without the risk of mingling with cars or potentially being hit by car doors opening, as alternatives 2 and 3 propose. Please support alternative 1, buffered bike lanes and the removal of street parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Fawaz T, followed by Hans B.
Hello, my name is Fawaz. I've been a Sunnyvale resident for over 3 years now. If there's anything that's been clear from all of the public comments so far, is that the status quo on Hollenbeck is untenable. This is clearly objective. So alternative 3 should be just off the table here. Everyone wants some change. Alternative 2 is, quite frankly, the worst of all worlds. You get cyclists still not safe because of the door zone and the wavy in and out. Bike lanes are just going to drive cyclists into the car lanes, and then you just have alternative 3, but a little worse. And so clearly that leaves us with only alternative 1. Alternative 1 is objectively better. It is change. It is looking for the future where cyclists and not car-free transportation is the direction we need to go. It is objectively safer for all the cyclists. It'll keep cyclists out of the road, away from the high-speed cars, which is not going to change without, yes, further measures, which can be looked into in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Hans B, followed by Stephanie E.
Thank you. I bike Hollenbeck to Stelling and back often. And I'd like to say safe streets saves lives, as you've seen. I would also like to argue that safe streets equals consistent streets. Alternative 1, consistent. Alternative 2, with alternating parking, inconsistent. Alternative 3, with sharrows, repeat after me. Sharrows are scare roads. That's my phrase. Thank you. Big picture, increased traffic, speeding, texting while driving. That's what's happening as the city grows. One final thought. Sunnyvale, we don't want it to turn into a bunch of islands where you can only get between them with cars. We'd like to see throughways for everybody, bikers, pedestrians, and cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie E, followed by Mike M. No, Stephanie, Mike M, followed by Deborah G.
Hello, I live on Remington, right off of Hollenbeck, and I bike Hollenbeck a lot for exercise, and I've never had a problem biking on Hollenbeck. If you get rid of those parking with option 1, that's just going to encourage higher speeds because now you've cleared all the cars out. Mary Avenue has a great wide safe bike lane, but that evidently isn't enough for the bike coalition people. They need to have more bike lanes. So just say no to the special interest group. Thanks.
Thank you. Deborah G, followed by Haruka M. Deborah? Haruka M. There we go. Haruka M, followed by Tiffany H.
Hi, my name is Haruko Matsuda from Sunnyvale Alliance Soccer Club. This spring, we've been grateful to use the Challenger school field for weekday practices and games. Our club serves hundreds of players who live across the city, and we're committed to being good neighbors and addressing concerns about traffic, parking, and pedestrian safety. I heard from several parents that as pedestrians, they find it unsafe to cross Hollenbeck and hope parking spots are preserved. And I also heard from a family who expressed that if there was a bike lane that they would use, they would bike to the field. I understand that this is a complex issue, and I ask that the needs of both families across the city and neighbors be considered in any decisions, and that any changes include steps to calm traffic as well as mitigate local impact. I noticed in the study that the impact to the neighborhood behind Challenger, such as Queen Anne Ave Drive, was not considered. I think numbers on pedestrian accidents in Hollenbeck should be looked at as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany H., followed by Cynthia L.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tiffany, and I'm a homeowner living on Hollenbeck Avenue in District 5. The parking that is on our stretch of the street between Danforth and Harvard are always full because there is an apartment complex that nobody ever seems to notice on the corner of Danforth and Hollenbeck, and their parking is always overflowing. And many parents also park here who are trying to avoid a stressful school drop-off situation at Cumberland Elementary. Ignoring the need for parking as Sunnyvale continues to approve of building more housing is poor planning. I also wanted to note that parked cars have a calming effect, and the presence of cars parked on both sides and frequent pedestrian crossings at Challenger School during the soccer practices hours demonstrates that we drivers value human life because nobody is speeding when that's going on. Also, I biked Hollenbeck Avenue yesterday to see how long of a detour it would be for a bike rider to go from Hollenbeck to Mary, because if you're asking residents and all of our service workers and guests to walk 6 to 7 minutes to find street parking on other streets, it's only fair to look at the inconvenience that riders would face if we asked them to ride on Mary or Sunnyvale, Saratoga instead.
Thank
So
you
the
very
numbers
much.
that I got were 3 to 6 minutes. And so
Cynthia L.,
that's something that we should also consider.
followed by Kathy L.
Hello, council members. I'm Cynthia Lee, a freshman from Homestead High School living in District 1. I urge you to support Alternative 1 as it's the only safe option that protects bikers and supports Sunnyvale's climate action playbook. More specifically, Play 3.1 and Move 3.D, supporting improving existing bike lanes and lowering VMT and GHG emissions. As a kid, I used to bike every morning to West Valley Elementary with my dad and all the way to Shoreland Park with my parents. But as I've grown older, bike lanes have only become more and more dangerous. And my dad has been hit by a car while biking. His knee was so bloody and destroyed, he had to shower with plastic wrap over his open wound for 5 months. This can't be the future of our reality. We need safe bike lanes. So please, council members, support Alternative 1. It's the only just option. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy L., followed by Alon G.
Hi, thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm Kathy. I live in near Sarah Park, a 55-year resident of Sunnyvale. Try to bike wherever I can. I am a commuter as well. Hollenbeck is just a huge artery. It just gets me to a lot of central places in Sunnyvale. And more crucially, when I commuted to San Francisco, I would take it multiple times a week to get down to Caltrain. And I would say Alternative 1 is the one that I would recommend. I think it's the safest. Thing I will add that is when you have enough cyclists, it becomes safer. Because drivers know that's not a random biker here and there. They'll see, groups of people riding and they'll anticipate it and I think drive more safely. I know it's a little counterintuitive, but I've seen it like on Foothill Expressway and especially in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Alon G., followed by Mark H.
Hello. I want to thank all the residents who came here, or some of them came here before me to the stand and remind us how dangerous and violent and destructive this means of transportation we chose is, namely cars. Yet we keep prioritizing this means of transportation over all the other means, not giving us residents viable alternatives that are safe to negotiate and navigate our streets outside of a car. So these alternatives that are not Alternative 1 keep us in our cars. For example, when my daughter wants to go to visit her best friend who lives on Hollenbeck, I don't let her ride there, even though she rides to many other destinations across town. I drive her there, which adds more trips, adds to traffic, and adds to the violence. We can fix this with Alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark H., followed by Sarah M.
Thank you, Council, for insightful questions you asked the staff. It was nice to see you. Everybody was paying attention and had great questions. 25-year resident of Sunnyvale, District 1. I happen to commute by bike through the north-south corridor to get to Google. I'm able to use Mary and Sunnyvale Avenue, which are good for me because I'm an expert cyclist, and great facilities. Thank you. If I lived in a different part of the city, I would need to use Hollenbeck. I'm lucky I don't need to. My unique perspective is I'm head coach of the only cycling team in the area for kids, middle school, high school. I coach about 50 kids, and I see how bad they are as riders, and I see how bad our drivers are. And alternative one is what I support to make it safe for kids like the kids I coach. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah M., followed by Zane M.
Hello, council members. My name is Sarah Mosen, and I am a sophomore at Homestead High School living in District 1. I came here today to ask you to support Alternative 1 for safer bike lanes on Hollenbeck. As a daily biker to Homestead, I rely on Hollenbeck to get around the city, to places like the library, stores, and restaurants, and to school. However, it really isn't safe. There's so much car congestion, and it's terrible. Hollenbeck is one of the big roads near Homestead High School that discourages students from using active green transportation because of its unsafe features. Alternative 2 invites disaster because of the open door zone. Every day when I bike to school, I witness car doors flinging open into the bike lane, so it will be a problem. Alternative 3 is not only hazardous, but an irresponsible waste of money. It ignores the need for protection completely. Alternative 1 is the best option that offers a real chance at safety. As a city, your responsibility is to ensure the safety of all citizens, and Alternative 1 only really does that. Uphold your responsibility and protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Zane M., followed by Catherine P.
Hi, my name is Zan Mosen. I'm a senior at Homestead High School. For the past 4 years, I've been going to Homestead, and I have multiple friends who live in the areas that connect to Hollenbeck Avenue. I've biked on Hollenbeck multiple times as well, and it is unsafe, and it makes me fear for both my protection and for those around me. Whenever I'm driving down, biking down, there's often cars tailing behind me. It's impatient drivers trying to overtake me at any given moment so they can get to their destination. And I believe that Alternative 1 is the best option. It allows both drivers to have a peaceful state of mind where they can drive without any bikers being in the way, and bikers can also go without having to fear for a car tailing them consistently. And this Alternative 1 will allow people to return to Hollenbeck and bike more, letting Sunnyvale be more bikeable and increasing the amount of people using alternative methods of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine P., followed by Crystal W.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm Catherine, a junior at Fremont High School, and I come in favor of Alternate 1. I personally have biked to school my entire life, from biking to Stockholmeyer, Cupertino Middle to Fremont High School. It makes it easy for my parents not to worry about dropping me off while going to work or worry about how to coordinate rides after staying for extracurriculars after school. So biking is convenient for these reasons, but sometimes it's also unsafe. Particularly, I found it unsafe on Hollenbeck. I personally have witnessed 2 crashes on Hollenbeck-Alberta intersection area during the 2 years I have needed to travel to Cupertino Middle School. One was a fellow student, a 6th grader, and the other one was an adult, and both were sent to the hospital. Furthermore, sometimes bikers like me even require to pass by Hollenbeck to reach their schools. In these cases, students have to risk the unsafe street and can't escape the potential accidents. So Hollenbeck is a hostile environment. It's not safe, and it must be safe by doing Alternative 1.
Thank you. Crystal W., followed by Tina C.
Hello, council members. Crystal Wickham. I noticed a huge improvement in convenience and safety for my children biking to school when Mary Avenue bike lanes were redone. Hollenbeck is much narrower, but is such an important corridor for safe routes to school, and I'm glad the city has studied installing bike lanes. I support Alternative 1 to expand the benefits of biking to more residents and students. This can improve safety, reduce traffic, and lower greenhouse gas emissions, a triple win. For residents on Hollenbeck, bike lanes will also improve visibility when leaving their driveways and reduce road noise and air pollution on their street. I believe the streets are public infrastructure that should be prioritized for transportation, not storage of private vehicles. Hollenbeck can be an important part of an integrated network of cycling infrastructure. Please support alternative 1, along with reducing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour and studying additional traffic calming measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina C, followed by Tim O.
Hello, my name is Tina Chang. I support alternative 1, buffered bike lanes. I'm a mom to 3 kids at Ellis Elementary. Currently, I bike with all of them to and from school. However, my oldest son will attend Sunnyvale Middle School this fall. Because of the competing bell schedule, he will need to bike to SMS on his own while I send my 2 younger kids to Ellis. As a parent, it's frightening to think of sending my kid to bike on the streets in the middle of car traffic. The current conditions require my son to weave into car traffic when passing parked cars. It's terrifying to think that he'll be subjected to that much danger, especially when cars speed down the street trying to get to their destination as fast as possible and not always noticing bicyclists sharing the roadways. I'm here to ask you to please adopt alternative 1, buffered bike lanes and removal on-street parking on both sides of Hollenbeck to make it safe for all bicyclists, and in particular, for our youngest riders so that they can safely get to and from school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tim O, followed by Jaihu S.
I bike Hollenbeck almost daily to get to City Hall, Library, downtown, and Caltrain. I was almost hit on Hollenbeck a few weeks ago going to a city charter review committee meeting. If you want to kill or injure bicyclists, choose alternative 2 or 3. If you want to maximize safety, reduce climate change, increase health, reduce pollution, and save kids' lives, choose alternative 1, buffered bike lanes. Door zone bike lanes are very bad engineering because they put bicyclists in danger, and all the bicycle education organizations in the US train bicyclists to ride outside of door zone bike lanes next to parked cars. We need to stay away from parked cars. They're dangerous. We must make every street in Sunnyvale a safe, green, complete street. Let's choose safety and our kids over convenient extra parking. Please support alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Jibu S, followed by Carla.
Hello, everyone. I'm a Hollenbeck resident. I believe whoever is supporting option number 1 is under the impression that people who live on Hollenbeck just park their vehicle on street. I think that's a 100% wrong assumption. Take any day at any random time and get your sample data, and I assure you, you will see how less this is being used for personal parking. It is nearly impossible to even get a statistical significant data that justifies that people are actually using this for their personal parking. Again, I encourage everyone, not only just the council, but people who are supporting option 1 to take a look at this. I'm also on behalf of my neighbor who is 80+-year-old, who could not be here because of their mobility issues. He's a senior veteran, Navy veteran. He couldn't make it, and he is not technical savvy enough to even respond to the survey. He is supported by grocery droppers, medical facilities. Everything is being taken away from this segment of population, and I highly encourage council to consider this segment, which has been completely neglected.
Thank you. Carla, followed by Youngjun L.
Hello, everyone. I took the time off of work to be here. I'm here because this is important to me and my family. I'm a Sunnyvale resident for over 20 years and own a house on Hollenbeck. I'm completely against the removal of street parking on Hollenbeck. 48% of the voters support to keep Hollenbeck the same, agreeing with me to not remove parking. Continuing with the survey, in regard to the question, what is most important to you? Bike friendly did not make top 3. Driving made 73% on the survey, biking a small 21%. As a government employee, I would like to say that it is a government's role to not cater to small special interest groups. If you lived on Hollenbeck Ave, I feel that you council members would not want to remove parking in front of your home either. So I please ask that you support and vote alternative 3, and please keep parking for us that live on Hollenbeck Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Youngjun L, followed by, I'll say Vivek or Vibio B.
Okay, I think all the measure we discussed here is to want to make everyone safe. So think about intuitively what makes one safe. Having a car driving faster with a little bit of space, or have a car drive slowly. option 1 and 2 doesn't solve the problem fundamentally, as without the parking, car will easily speed up with a clear sign, and even worse for the pedestrian who want to cross the road, either visit the residence or provide service. So we are in favor of option 3. And on top of that, we want to enforce the traffic calming and add a stop sign. That's a win-win for all parties.
Thank you. Vivid B, followed by Thomas C.
Good evening, Council. My name is Vivid. I am a Sunnyvale resident living in Hollenbeck. I got 2 school-going kids who bike. My request to all of you is to reject option 1. 2 reasons. One is safety. I think this whole survey has not considered the impact on the pedestrian traffic. Should you go ahead with option 1, it's going to increase pedestrian traffic multifold, and most importantly, it'll create a lot of jaywalking opportunities for pedestrians to cross the road along Challenger, along the Resurrection School, also at Sarah Park. So who's going to be responsible for all the accidents that will cause? Second, it's going to create a lot of hardship on the residents if they have to park their cars for the visitors to come in, all the service people, right, where they're going to park and perform daily services. So please, your responsibility is towards the residents. So please reject option 1 and look at other approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. And my last speaker card in the room is Thomas C. Is Thomas still here? He is not. So thank you to all the public that were here in person. We still have quite a few speakers online who wish to speak on this. I am moving to continue this special meeting to the end of our regular meeting. Are there any objections? Councilmember Mellinger.
There are 13 speakers online. I would prefer to hear them out. Now 12. At 1 minute, I think we can take the 12 minutes for them.
Okay. We will still, I'll still be making the motion because council will hasn't given all its feedback. So let's continue the meeting for 12 minutes. Please tell DPS that we'll be starting at 7 at this point. Sorry. City Clerk, with that, do we have remote speakers wishing to speak?
Yes, Mayor. First is Carrie L, followed by Chuck F. Carrie, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I support alternative 1. One of the reasons is traffic calming is definitely needed at the Torrington-Hollenbeck intersection. Is pretty scary to see drivers going through red light that I now stop. The westbound side of Torrington had a green light to make sure that traffic is clear. I've always told my kid to go down Hollenbeck on the sidewalk. Why? Because it's not safe. I have issues with the parking data. Why is bike considered for 14 hours where the parking data is considered over several days? I park in my driveway, not on the street. I don't understand why that's an issue. It's nerve-wracking biking on Hollenbeck. I have to weave between parked cars and the traffic. Listen to the kids. Alternative 1 is a buffered lane with no parking. It's the safest for all modes of transportation for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Chuck F, followed by Doug K. Chuck, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Good evening. Sunnyvale absolutely needs to improve its bike infrastructure and make the streets safer for cyclists. However, I don't know that the Hollenbeck project is the highest priority item for the city to be working on. The city recently hired an active transportation planner. I'd like to give them the chance to assess our current active transportation plan and identify where improvements are going to have the greatest impact. This analysis might point to Hollenbeck, but it might also highlight areas with more urgent safety needs. Rather than commit to a very big project prematurely, let's give our new transportation experts the opportunity to create a well-informed strategy for implementing the ATP. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is Doug K, followed by Richard L. Doug, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Good evening. My name is Doug Coons, and I served as the Safe Routes to School Chair for Cumberland Elementary School from 2016 to 2020. During that time, I participated in walk and bike audits around the school, worked with community members doing Map Your Route to School exercises at school community events, and more. One clear takeaway from these activities was that the lack of bike lanes on Hollenbeck south of Danforth presented a key barrier to kids being able to safely and conveniently bike to Cumberland from neighborhoods south and east of the school. In addition, many teens who live in the neighborhoods around Cumberland would benefit from having a safe bike route to Homestead High School that is more direct than traveling via Mary Avenue. Based on my experiences, I strongly urge you to support Alternative 1 and pursue traffic calming. Let's make Hollenbeck a complete street that provides convenience and safe transportation for all modes of travel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Richard L., followed by Vivek B. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council. Richard, you should see a pop-up on your screen asking you to unmute.
There you go. Hello, council members. Thank you for listening to our opinions. My name is Richard L., 30 plus years in Sunnyvale. I live in Fairbrae. I support Alternative 1. It is the only safe approach. I bike Hollenbeck a lot, and it is my go-to start and end path. I have experienced many harassments by drivers as I pass parked cars. They have come behind me and tried to get me to move over, yet I don't have a place because of parked cars. It is the one road that I depend on and I also feel most uncomfortable. Alternative 2 would probably be more dangerous with all the weaving that would be involved, and Alternative 3 is no change. So please support Alternative 1, buffered bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Vivek B., followed by Aryan. Vivek, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you if you speak.
Yeah.
Speak again.
Hi, my name is Vivek Balgat. I'm a resident on Hollenbeck. I'm an avid biker and I regularly bike on Hollenbeck to go to library, Caltrain, and other locations. I would strongly recommend street calming and then revisiting the study with option 3 or some other options. This will reduce the speed of cars and make it safer for everyone. Many folks have already mentioned that the cars drive fast on the street. One of the council members also mentioned that the walk from like the average walk time with option 1 or 2 is about 4 to 7 minutes. And with this increased time, this increased time will particularly hit hard for elderly and children. It will also increase the jaywalking on the street. So my ask is, please reconsider the options. Please consider street calming for Hollenbeck and make the street safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Aryan, followed by Mano P.
Mayor,
Yes.
I think people are raising their hands.
So the city clerk's keeping track of that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Don't worry
Hi, can I
Aryan.
start? Sorry. Hi,
Yes,
my name
go
is
ahead.
Lakshmi. I'm on my kid's device. So I'm a long-term resident of Hollenbeck Avenue. The street parking is not the root cause of safety concern. In fact, the real issue is speeding. Speeding is closely linked to safety risks, which we cannot consider them separately. There is also an increase in pedestrian crossing on Hollenbeck due to the parking if they are moved to the side streets. Church services overflow every Sunday and also during Easter, Lent, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and other religious holidays and school event days. How do we plan on addressing those? Also, there's a mortuary that has many funeral services that encourage families visiting, and they are forced to park on the street due to overflow. Without the parked cars, vehicles will speed through, reducing caution at intersections or even mid-block crossings. Children and elderly people, as others conveyed, will feel less protected without the buffer of the parked cars. Think about people walking on the sidewalks at Las Palmas, at the different schools, as well as to the Sarah Park. Pursue traffic calming first, followed or in conjunction with the current proposals in the interest of taxpayers' money, and instead spend the money on kids' schools and their funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mano P., followed by Betsy M. Mano, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I vote for alternative 4. Really, the conversation so far has been on the 3 alternatives that were published. But really, the consensus I see is that there is a need for calming traffic, making sure the city is safe for everybody, drivers, bikers, and residents. I also want to highlight that this conversation has excluded the elders who I personally know who live in my neighborhood who have had no say in this conversation. They know the problems they're going to have. Some folks have talked about it, but really, their inputs are really important. They are long residents of Hollenbeck, and their voices are simply being ignored, right? And lastly, I want to highlight that people bought houses on Hollenbeck expectation that there will be a lifestyle that they will be able to support, in a residential neighborhood like Sunnyvale, a beautiful city. But taking alternative one as the only option really makes people who bought a house in a residential street now live next to a freeway, because really all the things that you expect in terms of servicing the citizens are gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Betsy M, followed by Sheridan S. Betsy, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Good evening, Betsy Megas, speaking for myself. I'm a Santa Clara resident and I still bike in this part of Sunnyvale. I support alternative 1. Please don't build another door zone bike lane. We're hearing a lot tonight about speeding. Slower streets are safer streets, I agree. It's safer for everyone, including bicyclists, drivers, residents, and people walking. But is there data to go with this claim that I'm hearing that parked cars slow down people driving? I'm not convinced. It's what we have on Hollenbeck today, and it doesn't sound like it's working too well. Narrower travel lanes are among the best traffic calming you can install. I suggest that a future addition of some vertical separation element in the buffer might help to narrow the lane visually and help to discourage illegal parking. Other traffic calming tools can be added for crosswalks and intersections that are of concern. A lack of people bicycling can reflect that people are avoiding a facility because it's unsafe. If you want more people bicycling in Sunnyvale, make better bike lanes.
Thank you.
Next up is Sheridan S, followed by Courtney J. Sheridan, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
The role of government is to balance the needs of different citizens within the funding that is available. And unfortunately, it's important to look at what's going to meet the needs of the majority. I am in support of alternative 3, no change on Hollenbeck. I live 1 street over, and I also commute down there every day. There is an alternative for the bikers. They can go on parallel roads on either side. But if we do alternative 1 or even alternative 2, it is putting the needs of a small number of bikers over the owners, commuters, pedestrians, and the disabled. This is my recommendation.
Thank you.
Next up is Courtney J, followed by Saint J. Courtney, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Klein. My name is Courtney Jansen, and I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. Very quickly, thank you to the city for taking the time to look at this and for staff for looking at what is clearly a very complicated problem. I am a homeowner, although not on Hollenbeck, and I hate all of the on-street parking in Sunnyvale. But even if I liked it, we are never going to achieve our climate action goals if we continue to prioritize driving as the main form of transportation. Prioritizing other forms of transportation benefits everyone. Fewer greenhouse gas emissions, fewer cars to run you over, etc. And as you think about this study tonight, please think about the hundreds of kids who have to get to school in school districts where school buses are not provided. The safety of those kids should be a top priority for the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Saint J, followed by Neela S. Saint, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Sheeran, and I'm someone that cycles a lot in Sunnyvale. I ask you tonight to choose alternative 1 bike lanes on Hollenbeck. This will be much safer for everyone, even pedestrians. It's a completely different level of cycling to have buffers. Even though De Anza Boulevard in Cupertino is at a higher speed limit than Hollenbeck, the addition of the new buffers they put in makes a huge difference in the feeling of safety. No more cars drifting into the bike lane while someone is on their phone, which happened to me just this week on Homestead. Sunnyvale has active transportation goals, and you passed Vision Zero. Making this change is what you have already said you want to do previously. Let's make it safer for our friends, neighbors, and family members. Let's consider everyone as having value. That means adding the best bike lanes, which is option 1. Thank you for considering my input.
Thank you.
Next up is Neela S., followed by Rupa. Neela, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, I'm talking on behalf of myself. I've been listening to everyone, and I think Hollenbeck is where I live close to Hollenbeck, and it has a different type of character, and it is not Mary, it's not Sunnyvale Saratoga Road. So I don't think we should use the same approach as we use for other streets and have alternative 1. Ideally, it will be nice to have between alternative 2 and the third approach, which is a little innovative approach to calm down the traffic. But we do have a lot of elderly people walking, pedestrians, and I think complex functions on the streets or multiple functions on the street will calm down the traffic instead of having dedicated bike lane. So I will go for alternative 2 if we don't have any options, but ideally we should have some other innovative approach of treating the whole street differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Rupa. Rupa, you've been unmuted and you have 1 minute to address the City Council.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. So I used to be a biker, but I quit biking when I moved to Hollenbeck because of the speed of cars. So if we are thinking of introducing bike lanes before this calming exercise, it is detrimental even more so to them because they have very less protection. So I wanted to propose if the city could think of another alternative where we can share the road and not divide the road because it is already very narrow. So we can share the road with bikers who can use it through to the full weight during their usage peak times, and that will also reduce the speed like we do in streets like Helena. So we can all share this current width of the street that will keep the parking for and when emergency vehicles do make their way through, all of us do have the moral obligation to move to the right and make way for them. So I think emergency vehicles will not be hampered by our sharing the bike. Thanks.
Mayor, that was the final remote speaker who had their hand raised for the duration of the public comment period.
Thank you very much. And for those residents who came in early or late for this, or for those that raised their hand after the beginning of our public comment period, you can always email council@sunnyvale.ca.gov to provide your feedback. At this point, I'm moving to continue the special meeting to the end of our regular meeting to take final questions and comments from council. Are there any objections? Hearing no objection, the special meetings continue to the end of our regular meeting tonight. And with that, we will reconvene in, I'll do 5 minutes, 7:01, so we can try to get back on track. Thank you all. Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting, special order of the day of May 20th, 2025 at 7:04 p.m. Public comments regarding the Department of Public Safety Special Awards will be heard under oral communications this evening at our regular meeting. Location and online meeting details are available on our council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Following the Department of Public Safety Special Awards, the regular council meeting will begin at 7:30 p.m. First up is roll call. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay.
Present. Sorry.
7 present.
All good. City Clerk? All present?
Yes, 7 present.
Thank you. Next is our special order of the day. Our one item is item 25-0474 for the Department of Public Safety Special Awards. I will pass it to Lieutenant to come and kick us off. Thank you.
See, is this working? Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for coming for our DPS Special Awards ceremony, and thank you for your patience. And first up, we are going to have the singing of our national anthem. So singing the national anthem this evening is Arthi Krishnan. She's a bright young soprano singer in the Fremont Union High School District. We first met Arthi through our Friends partnership with the Prognia Organization for Neurodiversity Support. Please give a warm welcome to Arthi.
Please everyone rise.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rippling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Done. Thank you, Arthi. Okay, next up on our agenda, we would like to have Mayor Klein speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Annually, the Department of Public Safety comes before City Council and our residents to honor the efforts of employees who have demonstrated exceptional performance during their duties and going that extra mile to make a positive difference in the lives of our residents and the well-being of our community. As a community, we rely on DPS employees each day to keep us all safe, and this year marks the 75th anniversary of the department. Occasionally, We may take for granted the 24-hour-a-day dedication as they maintain a full range of public safety services throughout our neighborhoods and businesses. So opportunities such as these are critical to really say thank you for everything that our DPS officers do. Tonight, the Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety will be honoring the public safety employees who have been selected by their peers for outstanding service. We'll be taking this time not only to honor those award recipients, but also to say thank you to all the dedicated members of our Department of Public Safety team who provide ultimately excellent services to our community on a daily basis. So please join me in welcoming Interim Chief Ava Finucci, who will be presenting this year's awards. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the community, and staff. My name is Ava Finucci, and I am the Interim Chief of the Department of Public Safety. As we gather tonight to recognize the outstanding service of our public safety team and award recipients, I want to take a moment to reflect on something deeply meaningful. Last week was National Police Week, and I had the privilege of attending the Law Enforcement Memorial Ceremony in Washington, D.C. Standing among the families of fallen officers was a powerful reminder of sacrifices made in the service of others. Those we honor tonight are more than just recipients of recognition. They are a living tribute to those who have given their lives protecting others. Through courage, compassion, and daily commitment to our community, they uphold the legacy of those we have lost and inspire all of us to serve with purpose. This evening's ceremony is about the entire network of people who make our public safety mission possible. From our sworn officers and dispatchers to our professional staff, volunteers, and engaged community members, each play a vital role in protecting and supporting our residents. The individuals we honor tonight have gone above and beyond in their service, stepping forward in critical moments, demonstrating professionalism, courage, integrity, and heart with unwavering commitment to protecting others. So without further ado, please join me in celebrating their contributions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody again for coming. Thank you, council members. We are going to start. We got a lot of awards to go through in a short amount of time, so I'm going to talk fast. Our first awards are our life-saving awards. So these are presented to members of our department who have been to a critical incident where CPR was involved and the person recovered. And we'd like to congratulate and thank all these officers for their work on that. So we have a couple different incidents. So first up is on February 5th, 2024, at approximately 22:42 hours, Sunnyvale DPS received a 911 call advising a 28-year-old male was not conscious but breathing. While patrol and fire units were en route, the caller advised the patient had possibly stopped breathing. Once on scene, officers initiated CPR on the patient. The AED was applied and indicated shock advised. One shock from the AED was given and CPR was continued. County EMS arrived and delivered epinephrine and a second defibrillator shock. Following the second shock, the patient regained a weak pulse and shallow respirations. The patient was quickly transferred to a gurney and transported to the hospital in an ambulance. While en route, the patient regained consciousness and began speaking to responders. There had been no previous pertinent medical history with the patient, and the cause of this episode was unknown. I'm happy to report the patient has fully recovered. So on this case, our life-saving award recipients are PSO Robert Case, who was unable to be here this evening, PSO Stephen Eckford, PSO David Marasco, PSO Pedro Tostado, and Lieutenant Tosh Oki, who was also not able to make it tonight. Congratulations, gentlemen. Our second life-saving case occurred on April 17th, 2024 at approximately 20:03 hours. Sunnyvale DPS received a 911 call reporting a 50-year-old male not conscious, not breathing. CPR instructions were provided by the dispatch call taker. Once on scene, officers located the patient lying supine on the floor with a family member giving chest compressions. Officers determined the patient was pulseless and began CPR. The AED was applied and no shock was advised. County EMS arrived on scene, assessed the patient, and transferred him to the gurney for transport to the hospital via ambulance. Once en route, the patient regained a pulse. Again, I'm happy to report the patient has fully recovered. Our award recipients for this one are PSO Stephen Contreras, PSO Daniel Martinez, PSO Michael Santiago, and PSO Mike Smith, who was also not able to make it this evening. Okay, next will be our Distinguished Service Awards. First up is Principal Office Assistant Confidential, Priscilla Lucky. Priscilla Lucky made a huge transition in 2024 by initially becoming DPS's interim confidential office assistant, then trained another person to fill the role, and ultimately stepped up to fill the position full-time. In the past year, she has had to fully transition DPS into a new payroll system, along with retraining the group early this year when the system changed yet again. Priscilla is always willing to help and answer the many, many questions that come her way. She is knowledgeable about each working group's MOU and often catches discrepancies before they make it to payroll. Priscilla attempts to understand the needs of different working groups to anticipate needs. Priscilla puts in hours of work to prepare for changes such as the new PSOA MOU and ensures the updates are seamless and, most importantly, our paychecks are correct. Whenever we onboard or offboard employees, Priscilla has to do all the paperwork with HR before someone can even step through the DPS doors. She has to register everyone in Telestaff, make sure their key card, and ITD sign-in are all ready, among other things. Priscilla goes above and beyond what is required to make sure DPS can smoothly run payroll and personnel issues in a timely manner. Congratulations, Priscilla. Okay. Our next award recipient was unable to make it this evening, but I'm still going to read her nomination. So that is our Senior Public Safety Dispatcher, Jenny Wood. Senior Public Safety Dispatcher Jenny Wood is being recognized for contributions to Sunnyvale's emergency medical dispatch program. As a call taker, from the calls that were pulled in an audit, Jenny had a perfect 10.0 in her EMD scores, well above the average. She shows a strong working knowledge of the protocol and chief complaint axioms. Jenny is quick to start all emergency medical and fire calls, which directly correlates to field units having a quicker response time from the moment the call enters the dispatch center. In addition to her in-depth knowledge of EMD, Jenny is also Sunnyvale's backup QA. She provides timely and detailed feedback, even though it's not part of her daily assignment. She doesn't shy from taking on the extra responsibilities when we have to fill in the gap. One of Jenny's biggest contributions to Sunnyvale's EMD program has been her detailed, data-driven performance summaries she provides to each employee every quarter. Prior to this, the feedback was only given in written form. Jenny suggested compiling specific data to every employee to give them specific goals to work on, while also showing employees where they excelled. Every quarter, Jenny compiles data to assist dispatchers' understanding, to identify training needs, and to answer dispatchers' questions. The data has allowed supervisors to track their team's performance in an objective and accountable way. Jenny has spent hours developing useful data and translating it into actionable items. This program has allowed our dispatch teams to increase their EMD scores significantly. Jenny's implementation of quarterly feedback and reviewing EMD trends directly correlate to Sunnyvale Dispatch reaching its goal of ACE EMD accreditation. Congratulations, Jenny. Our next award recipient is PSO Elisa Barrios. As a senior neighborhood resource officer, PSO Barrios has taken on additional informal roles of lead explorer, post advisor, tobacco decoy operations coordinator, and Pragnia Friends liaison. As a lead explorer post advisor, Elisa is responsible for maintaining our certifications, conducting background investigations, uniform and equipment orders, and organizing training. In 2024, Elisa implemented a command structure within the Explorer post, conducted interviews for lieutenant and captain positions within the program, and provided valuable feedback to the candidates to help them prepare for leadership roles and careers in the public safety sector. Elisa designs our most popular Explorer fundraisers, the Sunnyvale DPS apparel and challenge coins. Elisa handles all the finances for the Explorer program, ensuring funds are available to directly support the youth in our program. As our unofficial tobacco decoy operations coordinator, Elisa maintains the list of tobacco retailers, schedules quarterly operations to maintain our good standing with the Tobacco Enforcement Grant, provides safety training to the decoys, and educates retailers to ensure future compliance. Elisa also works tirelessly to develop community between law enforcement and high school students. In 2024, Elisa coordinated 2 events with the deans at Fremont High School, bringing students and officers together to chat over hot cocoa and snacks. For the past 3 years, Elisa has worked with an organization called Prognia, which offers neurodiversity support and resources. Prognia partners with local first responder agencies to host community friends events. Elisa has been an instrumental partner with Prognia in organizing and hosting these events here in Sunnyvale. In November, Elisa was honored by Prognia with a Neuro Ally Ambassador Award. I'm almost done, guys. Following a rash of Indian jewelry store robberies around the Bay Area, Elisa took the initiative to respond in person to each jewelry store in Sunnyvale to provide crime prevention tips and to invite them to an informational meeting at DPS headquarters. At the meeting, Elisa provided additional tips and helped facilitate networking between the business owners. Elisa has shown day in and day out that she goes above and beyond expectations in everything she does. Congratulations, Elisa. Our next award recipient is PSO Cody Lanning, who also was not able to make it this evening. PSO Cody Lanning is currently assigned as a crime scene investigator. During the 2024 team year, we had an unexpected shortage of CSIs on Cody's patrol team. These absences caused an uneven workflow with the CSIs. PSO Lanning was often tasked with much of the crime scene investigation during the later hours of the day for the entire city. During the team year, CSI Lanning often reported to work early and stayed late to complete his work on important cases. He also volunteered to respond to CSI callbacks and requests on his days off. Excuse me. CSI Lanning played a crucial role in the CSI unit by attending advanced CSI training and helping to train new CSIs. In June 2024, a brazen organized takeover armed robbery occurred at a local jewelry store. The case initiated a vehicle pursuit through multiple jurisdictions and several foot pursuits. CSI Lanning worked tirelessly on this case, even on his days off, working with the Bureau of Investigations. Cody's diligent CSI work helped identify multiple suspects in the case, and several arrests were made. Some additional highlights from the team year include locating a felony DUI suspect, assisting on a homicide investigation, conviction of a sexual assault suspect, lead CSI on 2 attempted homicides, and assisted on an FBI search warrant with our Bureau of Investigations. Between working his regular shift, mandatory overtime, gang enforcement team overtime, CSI Lanning found time to attend multiple gang, arson, and crime scene training classes and investigated 4 arson fires. Cody's being recognized for his efforts and contributions to further the public safety mission and reduce crime in the community. Congratulations, Cody. Our next award recipient is PSO Tim O'Connell. In April 2024, PSO O'Connell responded to a call for a welfare check on the occupant of a vehicle who appeared to have passed out. During the welfare check, it was determined that the suspect possessed 2 stolen credit cards and a variety of drugs and paraphernalia. The subsequent investigation revealed one of the stolen credit cards belonged to the suspect's elderly grandmother with whom he lived. Over the next few months, PSO O'Connell assisted the victim with obtaining bank records and other information needed to determine the extent of the fraud her grandson committed. PSO O'Connell's investigation revealed the suspect had stolen over $85,000 from his grandmother. PSO O'Connell's extensive investigation, excellent report writing, and tenacious follow-up led to successful prosecution and significant prison time for the suspect on multiple felony convictions. In addition to the tremendous investigative work on this case, Tim went above and beyond the call of duty by helping the victim in a variety of other ways. During the initial investigation, Tim discovered a significant water leak in the suspect's bathroom that caused visible damage to her residence. Cleaned up the excess water and took measures to prevent further leakage and damage until proper repairs could be made. PSO O'Connell worked with APS to ensure the victim could obtain a restraining order to protect her when the suspect is released from custody. PSO O'Connell further assisted the victim by helping her remove, store, and dispose of the suspect's property including dangerous items such as syringes and other drug paraphernalia. In all, PSO O'Connell invested 10 months to this investigation and this victim. PSO O'Connell assisted the victim through all stages of the investigation, reassuring her that she was doing the right thing to protect herself in the future. The outstanding work done by PSO O'Connell made a tremendously positive impact on this community member and is just one example of his dedication and commitment to the Sunnyvale community. Congratulations, Tim. Okay. Our next award recipient is PSO Jordan Oriol. On June 12, 2024, at 13:26 hours, a jewelry store heist occurred at 791 East El Camino Real. Approximately 30 suspects working in concert entered the store with weapons, hammers, sledgehammers, and pickaxes to smash the jewelry glass display cases, while others followed with large bags to collect and conceal the stolen loot. As this chaotic incident unfolded in broad daylight and with several patrons in the store, they ordered the patrons and employees to get on the ground and held them at gunpoint. Upon completing the heist, the suspect fled in as many as 5 stolen getaway cars. PSO Jordan Oriol located one of the fleeing vehicles and attempted an enforcement stop. The driver fled at a high rate of speed, and PSO Oriol initiated a vehicle pursuit. The vehicle continued into the city of San Carlos, where it eventually became disabled. The assistance from several DPS officers, including K9 Officer Plonka and K9 Axel, as well as outside agencies, all 5 suspects from the vehicle were apprehended after fleeing on foot from the vehicle. Further investigation conducted by detectives led to the identification and apprehension of numerous additional suspects, recovery of several stolen vehicles, and recovery of several pieces of jewelry. A total of at least 14 suspects have been arrested over the course of the last year, and numerous robberies by this group have been solved, spanning several counties covering the entire Bay Area. Our detectives worked collaboratively with many agencies to complete this investigation and submitted a comprehensive packet to the DA's Office for Prosecution. Many of the suspects have long, extensive, and violent criminal histories. We also wish to acknowledge the substantial hours of hard work and dedication from many officers and detectives on this high-profile case. Some of you are in here tonight. Without PSO Oriol's persistence and driving skills during this lengthy pursuit, with the suspect's complete lack of regard for community safety, this case would have been difficult to solve. Congratulations, Jordan. Okay, our next award recipient is Lieutenant Tony Serrano. Lieutenant Serrano is being recognized for exceptional leadership and commitment to the Investigations Division. As a senior supervisor, Lieutenant Serrano has been instrumental in managing personnel, resources, and case oversight within the division. Lieutenant Serrano's steady leadership and strategic thinking have made a lasting impact on the unit's effectiveness and success. An example of Lieutenant Serrano's leadership was an extensive cold case homicide investigation that extended across multiple jurisdictions, multiple agencies, and demanded extensive investigative work and collaboration. Again, some of you are in this room. The case presented significant challenges and required an extraordinary level of effort and coordination. Thanks to Lieutenant Serrano's leadership, the investigation was executed with precision and professionalism. His ability to bring together multiple agencies, align investigative goals, and keep operations on track was pivotal to their success. Lieutenant Serrano's work reflects a high standard of dedication, skill, and service to the community. Lieutenant Serrano's contributions embody the core values of leadership, integrity, and excellence. He has gone above and beyond in service of justice and public safety. Congratulations, Tony. Norm. Our next award recipients are 3 community members, and I'm going to read the write-up first in English, and then Norma's going to assist with Spanish translation. Our award recipients are Jesus Duran, Yanni Arieki Rojas, and Angel Najera. On January 17th, 2025, at 15:28 hours, Sunnyvale police and fire personnel responded to the 2-story apartment complex located at 1203 Parkington Avenue after a 911 call reporting a fire in the complex. At 15:31 hours, it was broadcast over the radio that there was a possible entrapment with someone screaming help out of an apartment, and it was unknown if someone was trapped inside the burning building. Units arrived and found a working fire on the south side of the complex involving at least one apartment. 3 mechanics working at the mobile gas station at 750 South Bernardo heard the screams from their workplace. Without hesitation, the 3 men grabbed their own ladder and rushed to the burning building to help. They laddered the building with their own ladder and called in to the open second-story window looking for any potential victims. Upon the arrival of first responders, the men continued assisting with rescue operations. Ultimately, there were no persons found trapped inside, but their selfless actions and willingness to put themselves in harm's way to help strangers is worthy of commendation. Thank you and congratulations.
Espera un momento. Ahora en español para que entiendan ustedes. Okay. El 17 de enero del 2025 a las 3:28 de la tarde, policías y bomberos de Sunnyvale llegaron al complejo de apartamentos ubicado en el 1203 Parkington Avenue. Después de una llamada al 911 que reportaba un incendio, 3 minutos después se informó que alguien pedía auxilios desde un apartamento y se desconocía si había alguien atrapado dentro del edificio bajo llamas. 3 hombres que trabajaban en la gasolinera móvil, ubicada en el 750 South Bernardo, escucharon los gritos. Sin dudarlo, los 3 hombres tomaron sus herramientas y corrieron al edificio en llamas para ayudar. Se subieron al edificio con su propia escalera y llamaron a las ventanas abiertas del segundo piso, buscando víctimas. Tras la llegada de los servicios de emergencia, los hombres continuaron ayudando en las operaciones de rescate. Al último, no se encontraron personas atrapadas dentro, pero sus acciones abnegadas y su disposición a ponerse en peligro para ayudar a extraños son dignas de alabanza. Felicidades.
Thank you, Norma. Okay, our next award recipient is our Volunteer of the Year, Kathy Hayes. Kathy has been a dedicated volunteer with us since 2019 and currently serves as one of the leads for our Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, training program and a disaster preparedness instructor. She is highly skilled in teaching every topic in our CERT and PEP curricula. Over the past year, Kathy has been responsible for training new CERT instructors and has significantly improved many of our training materials, including revamping slides and other resources. Her consistency, dependability, and deep knowledge have earned her the respect of both students and fellow instructors. Hundreds of students have benefited from her engaging teaching style. We're incredibly fortunate to have her as a key part of our preparedness programs. Congratulations, Kathy. Our next award recipient is our Professional of the Year, Michelle Chuck. Senior Office Assistant Michelle Chuck is an invaluable asset to our department, going above and beyond in her duties. Not only does she provide outstanding support to the investigations unit, but she has also taken on the additional responsibilities of the training Senior Office Assistant, effectively performing the work of 2 people. She is great to work with and is very detail-oriented about her work. Michelle seamlessly picked up training unit's responsibilities and even backtracked leftover invoices or made appropriate corrections. She is always on top of deadlines, correspondences, and tasks. Recognizing the need for growth in crime analysis, Michelle has proactively sought training opportunities to enhance her skills, further strengthening her ability to support investigations. She has also played a crucial role in planning and providing logistical support for numerous operations and training events. 2 notable examples include the Public Safety Citizens Academy and a recent multi-agency homicide investigation, both of which required extensive coordination. Her dedication to these events often meant adjusting her schedule and working beyond normal duty hours, yet she did so willingly and with a positive attitude. Michelle consistently demonstrates professionalism, teamwork, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Her ability to manage multiple responsibilities while maintaining a friendly and solution-oriented approach makes her truly deserving of this recognition. Last year, Michelle extended herself to be part of the city's innovation team. The team was part of the city's initiative to provide internal communication. Michelle has an opportunity to develop her professional skills. She had to commit to a 12-week-long program dedicated 3 to 5 hours a week, participated in coaching sessions, complete team assignments, and present at the quarterly managers meeting. Michelle is a key contributor to the department's efficiency and success in many areas. Therefore, she was nominated by multiple personnel for Professional of the Year. Congratulations, Michelle. Our next recipient is our Dispatcher of the Year, Erin Chastain. Dispatcher Erin Chastain is a pleasure to work with because she is always willing to help, kind to callers and her coworkers, and brings a cheerful attitude to work. She is a solid dispatcher. She can quickly gather pertinent details in medical calls and had a couple of high-profile calls this year where she really went above and beyond. During this past year, Erin has stepped up to help with multiple tasks in the unit. She helped with training, taught in the public safety dispatcher in training in-house, participated in multiple community events, including Shop with a Cop, dispatch recruiting event in Redwood City, assisted with a recruitment video, and made a 911 for kids video. While many of us may shy away from producing a video, Erin agreed because she knew it was going to benefit a larger group. Erin is extremely respectful and courteous to all her callers. She listens to their concerns, and even if it's not a police manner, her patience and tone often make callers feel heard and they appreciate her time. Medical calls, she does a great job of navigating the protocol while providing great customer service and is empathetic to those who are frantic. A few important calls of note set Erin apart from the group this year. One example is a 911 call that displayed Erin's professionalism and quick thinking. The 911 call from his cell phone hit the Bernardo cell tower, and the caller provided an East ECR address. The address was a good Sunnyvale address, and she could have entered it based on what the RP said. Instead, Erin took a few extra seconds to check her resources and noticed that the call was pinging to a different location, and it wouldn't make sense to have a call hit the Bernardo Tower and be on East El Camino Real in Sunnyvale. Erin quickly put the dots together and realized it was actually a Mountain View East ECR address, not Sunnyvale. Erin's quick thinking saved field units from responding to the wrong location and wasting time trying to find the RP while allowing Mountain View Police Department to respond quickly to provide help to the caller. Erin is always cheerful and respectful to everyone at work. She greets everyone who walks in and is always willing to help whoever needs assistance. Last year, she took on extra assignments such as COA Vice President and will serve as the COA President this year. Congratulations, Erin. All right, our last award recipient of the evening is our Officer of the Year, Justin Martizich. Detective Justin Martizich has been instrumental in gang enforcement team operations, taking the lead on search warrants, operation plans, and investigative support. Over the 2024 team year, GET operations yielded seizure of multiple illegal firearms, pounds of methamphetamine, crack cocaine, and other narcotics, and the recovery of thousands of dollars in stolen property, in addition to many arrests of violent suspects. PSO Martisich's extensive experience, leadership, and knowledge of local gangs and violent criminals greatly contributed to the safe and successful conclusion of these operations. Despite his full-time role in investigations, he consistently steps up, working long hours and offering assistance wherever needed. His dedication and performance are also evident in his full-time position in our community crimes unit. What sets him apart is his selflessness. He doesn't seek recognition. He simply wants the best outcome for the case and public safety, even if another agency makes the arrest. PSO Martizich has spent time developing relationships with outside agencies to ensure collaboration and sharing of information. He also takes the time to mentor newer patrol officers, ensuring knowledge transfer within the department as senior personnel retire. Congratulations, Justin. That concludes our awards presentation for this evening. We will be having a reception upstairs outside on the patio. Thank you all for coming. Thank you again to all the council, and thank you to Arthi for singing our national anthem.
Please go ahead and give a final round of applause to everyone. Thank you, Lieutenant, for running this. We will adjourn our special special order of the day meeting at 7:39 p.m. and we will convene our regular meeting at 7:45. So you have about 6 minutes. Thank you. What? Oh, yeah. Hey. Good evening. There we go. Let's call to order the council meeting of May 20th, 2025 at 7:47 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means the council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council for consent calendar and public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions in Zoom. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to the time period set for that specific item, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city website and on the council meeting agenda. First, please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next up is roll call. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay.
Present.
7 present.
Thank you. Next up is oral communications. This is now the public's opportunity to address council on topics not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after the general business section of our meeting. Individuals may only speak once during oral communications. As a reminder, this council meeting is considered a limited public forum, and council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally known as council subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of council's subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows the council to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Before I get to the public, Councilmember Lay has an announcement.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I would like to announce the Allyship Community Event. The Human Relations Commission is hosting a free Allyship Community Event. Join us for Allies in Training, Building a Better Community. Learn how to become a more effective ally and help create a more inclusive community. This training is led by Whitney Purnell of Service Never Sleeps, who will introduce the CLAIM framework: care, learn, act, influence, maintain, and provide practical tools to address discrimination and foster belonging. The training will take place on Friday, June 13th from 2 to 5 p.m. in a hybrid format, both in person at City Hall and virtually via Zoom. Registration is required to attend. For more information and to register, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov, then search Sunnyvale Unity or contact 408-730-7950. Thank you.
Thank you. So speakers, I will now go to speakers who wish to speak under oral communication. Speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. City Clerk, we're starting much later than I'd hoped. As a reminder to everyone in the room, this is a safe space, no booing, no clapping. We need to make sure that all people feel comfortable coming to the lectern and willing to share their opinions. I will be reading off 2 names. Please, the first person come to the lectern, the next person be waiting in the wings so we can speed the transition. First up is Leah Kay, followed by Deanna.
Members of the council, my name is Lee Kay, and I'm an attorney and Sunnyvale resident. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned and frankly embarrassed about how city officials behaved at the Hands on the Arts Festival, an event supposedly designed to celebrate our diversity through art. Art like the keffiyeh scarf that I'm currently wearing. I bought this scarf at a factory while I visited Palestine, the last factory in Palestine that still makes them. I purchased it because of the history it embodies and the solidarity it has come to represent today. This symbolism is deeply woven into its patterns and can't be separated from the scarf itself. And in fact, the connection is so strong, I was advised to hide my keffiyeh when departing from Israel so as not to upset border authorities. My point is that attempting to separate art from its historical context is a futile effort, and the idea of celebrating art from different cultures while banning discussion of historical context is frankly absurd. But I want to be clear that my objection isn't just about the discriminatory removal of a map providing historical context, as disturbing as that is. I'm more concerned about the erasure of a people through the criminalization of speech that acknowledges a history that our government would prefer we did not know, and more importantly, did not teach. You may think I'm being dramatic, and I hope you're right, but one doesn't have to look far to see this happening across our country, as the people who are voicing historical and present-day truths about Palestine are attacked, fired, doxxed, and now with the help of the new administration, detained and deported. As a civil rights attorney, every day I see the laws and agencies designed to prevent discrimination being wielded against Palestinians and their allies to silence speech, often under the intentionally misleading guise of combating anti-Semitism. And we see this same commentary in response to the local news articles about what occurred at Sunnyvale's art festival. I'm really disturbed by what was heard at the city council meeting the other week and the fact that the council had nothing to say in response. Your actions show that Sunnyvale wants to hold itself out as a beacon of equity, access, and inclusion, while it takes a page out of Trump's playbook. I urge the city council to issue an apology and attend training. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Deanna, followed by Dina.
I volunteered to share my experience from the last summer when I visited occupied Palestine. These beautiful ceramic art were skills that were passed down from generation to generation by specific families in Hebron, in the Masafer Yatta area, where I was. The city of Sunnyvale, I actually applied to hold the art exhibit at the Hands on the Arts Festival, and the city of Sunnyvale required me to go through criminal background checks, including fingerprinting by the California Department of Justice, and sign a contract to comply with the law and not discriminate against any employee or applicant because of race, religion, creed, color, gender, age, disability, national origin, sexual orientation, or other basis to the extent prohibited by federal law and state local law. I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Jewish, Arab, Muslim, and for a matter of fact, I'm not religious at all. Yet I was profiled and discriminated on by the very people that had me sign this contract. At the art festival, this is advertised to explore different art forms, performance, and food booths showcasing our community's cultural diversity. I got concerned and ambushed, but not just by a few hostile attendees discriminating against me, but even you, Mayor, by responding with the concern that Ramadan was an event that was held, which I don't even understand the relevance of an art festival, why religion and Ramadan is brought into this. This experience was very scary and shocking, but for my colleague, she was told her history did not exist. And at that moment, I didn't even realize what that meant. So I came straight from the airport for this, and I got no apology, no nothing. And I urge I would like an apology, and I would like for education and training, please.
Thank you. Next is Dina, followed by Margaret O.
Mayor Klein, at the Hands on the Art Festival, you stood next to me while a man shouted at me repeatedly, telling me that Palestine doesn't exist. You said nothing. You stood there and watched him attack me. I have to ask you, sir, why did you choose not to protect me? What were you afraid of? And what are you afraid of? Palestinian existence is not anti-Semitic. It's not something to fear or erase. Denying our existence is anti-Palestinian racism. Speaking about the Nakba is not anti-Semitic. It's truth. It's the lived history of my mother, whose family was expelled from Jaffa in 1948 and never allowed to return. Denying that reality is anti-Palestinian racism. Showing a map of historic Palestine is not anti-Semitic or hateful propaganda. To say otherwise is to erase our history, and that erasure is anti-Palestinian racism. When you call our grief, our identity, and our history anti-Semitic, you're not protecting anyone. You're silencing us. Fighting anti-Semitism matters, but not at the expense of Palestinian truth. My freedom does not erase yours, but your fear of my freedom, that is anti-Palestinian racism. Palestinians in this community are not safe. Do better, Mayor Klein. Do better.
Thank you. Next is Margaret O, followed by Jessica J.
Last week's council meeting on Tuesday, May 6th, made it clear that the city of Sunnyvale has a lot of work to do in combating rampant anti-Palestinian racism by its residents. On top of the shock and great dismay that I felt about how Palestinian artists were treated by my own city at the Hands on the Arts event, I was additionally distressed by the silence of this council in response to really hateful anti-Palestinian comments made by members of the public during the council public comment last week. Anti-Palestinian racism is a form of racism that silences, excludes, erases, defames, or dehumanizes Palestinians and their narratives. One form of anti-Palestinian racism is denying the Nakba. It can also look like excluding or pressuring others to exclude Palestinian perspectives and defaming Palestinians as anti-Semitic or being terrorists. An individual named Maria W. made extremely disturbing anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic remarks that were unrelated to city business in any way. Mayor Klein, you did nothing to interrupt her hateful remarks, nor did anyone on this council denounce these inflammatory remarks, even though you were encouraged to do so by the civil rights coordinator at CARE and other speakers following her. We must, in Sunnyvale, not appease the racist elements of our city, but rather stand unapologetically against racism. Our city owes the Palestinian community and the artists an apology for the events of the past few weeks. I further urge the City Council, including Mayor Larry Klein and city staff, to attend training by the Institute for the Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism to gain understanding on how their actions were hurtful to the Palestinian community in Sunnyvale.
Thank you. Jessica J., followed by Donna W.
Hello, council members. My name is Jessie Jarecki, and I am the president of the Vargas Elementary PTA and will be speaking on its behalf tonight. The city and Sunnyvale School District have a longstanding arrangement where the field at Vargas becomes a city-maintained park on non-school days and after 4 p.m. on school days. This arrangement appears to be beneficial for both parties and for the community. However, our PTA would like to raise awareness with you regarding a dangerous situation with this arrangement, namely that the park has become an unofficial off-leash dog park. This use of the park has resulted in at least 2 forms of danger for the students and staff at Vargas: danger from a small number of dogs and the dog poop. On April 3rd, Vargas held a back-to-school night, and according to our principal, there was an incident between an off-leash dog and a student who attends special day classes at Vargas. These types of incidents are relatively rare, but can be very traumatic. The second danger, however, is far from rare, and that is the field always has dog poop. This is a risk to our school staff who are burdened with cleaning it up, and to our students who are just trying to use the field at their school and ending up stepping in, having their ball falling it in themselves. The issues at this park are serious, and the PTA asks you to take steps to mitigate the danger for our community. The remainder of my comments are on my own behalf and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Vargas Elementary PTA. The city has attempted to reduce off-leash behavior at Vargas by occasionally citing people. This approach will not work. I sadly do not have a dog, but I see the need for a dog park in our neighborhood. There is no dog park for many miles in any directions, and very few have any other options for it to go. It's a huge fenced-in space, and it looks safe for dogs. I would want to use it myself. I recommend that the city try to work with the school district to create a portion of the field to be a dog park in a permanent manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Donna W.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question for staff.
Yes.
Very briefly, Mr. City Manager, can we make sure that we're in touch with the school district about this issue?
Yeah, we'll take that as a follow-up.
All right, thank you.
Next is Donna W.
My name is Donna Wallach. I am Jewish with Israeli citizenship. I am outraged that the Palestine palette was removed from the Hands on the Arts Festival because of a bogus complaint. Displaying the map of Palestine showing the Nakba was not inappropriate. It is like displaying a map of the California showing the many indigenous tribal lands before American settler colonization. The censorship of Palestinian history and culture is a form of ethnic cleansing and anti-Palestinian racism. You, Mayor, and the city staff should not be participating in such censorship and racism. Palestinians have the right to express their history and culture as any other ethnic group. The Nakba is ongoing since 1947. The Zionist state of Israel is continuing to do their best to deny the existence of Palestinians, much like the USA government tried to deny the existence of indigenous people living in the United States. The Nakba impacts every Palestinian, and all people have the right to know about the Nakba and the rich culture of Palestinians, which includes the key, the handala, watermelons, kafia, dibke, embroidery, falafel, hummus, and the rich Arabic language. Palestinians practice numerous religions, including but not limited to Christianity and Islam. And in Palestine, People practicing various forms of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are welcomed. Considering the massive anti-Palestinian racism that exists, and especially because of the forcing the Palestine palette out of the Hands on the Arts Festival, it is vital that all of you, all city staff, attend a training by the Institute for the Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism for them to gain an understanding of how their actions were not only hurtful to the vast Palestinian community, but also to every person who attended the event and were denied the awesome opportunity to learn about Palestine and about the rich Palestinian culture.
Thank you.
I would like the city of Sunnyvale to publicly apologize.
Next up is Robert S.
Good evening, City Council. I have a reason I was here tonight. I misread the communication. I guess it was sent in the mail. I thought this evening we were going to discuss the increase on our utilities. I would like to read a thing that I put together so that I wouldn't lose track of what I was going to say. I want to make sure that I'm not going to be.
Go ahead.
Okay. Please read letter to City of Sunnyvale. Please read the letter for the City of Sunnyvale. Okay, so that's not going to work. I have a backup plan. So I didn't want to read it because I'm not very good at that. But dear City Council, I am here this evening to express my concerns about the upcoming proposed increases on our utilities. I'm very concerned about an ongoing policy that the city has adopted 40 years ago. I believe it was 40 years ago, which used to cost the city $100,000. It was a good policy. They gave everybody a chance to bring their garbage. Sorry, can I continue?
Continue, yes.
So the policy was enacted so everybody had an opportunity to clean up their yards and utilize our recycling. But I'm very concerned now that the city has adopted way beyond the program that was expressed. It's kind of gone to big business now. We have an extreme fraud that's going on now with the weekend.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
That being said, one moment. City manager, can you, there's points where we'll be talking about the rate increases, I think budget workshop, and then the final meeting. Can you give me what those dates would be?
Yeah, we'll, the actual public hearing on utility rates is for June 17th. And that's where council will consider adoption, and a member of the public could come back at that point and make comments on the utility rates. Then they can also send in a protest letter to the city of Sunnyvale. If they wanted to share the letter, they could send that in to us, and we would count that as a protest.
Thank you. So the best thing you can do is send email to council@sunnyvale.ca.gov, and we'll all get it as well as the city manager. Thank you.
So I can't email it in to Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
And then all the
That would,
the letter will go to the council?
Correct.
that would be fine.
If you said,
Thank you very much, and please consider.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote speakers wishing to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mayor. First is Andrea W., followed by YA. Andrea, you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi, I had the opportunity to review the RFP that was regarding study issue ESD 2401. I'm extremely happy that this is finally progressing. It's wonderful that City Council and community members supported this study issue because truly understanding how artificial turf affects us all and the viable options for natural grass is something that is sorely needed in today's ever-changing climate. The city's climate action plan addresses many issues facing us, but does not go down to the nitty-gritty, meaning plastic grass. A few suggestions regarding important issues for this document. Discussions of field use and availability in hot weather. A cost assessment that covers a time period that ends with both the artificial turf field and the grass field being in safe playing condition and at least 10 years from the next set of capital expenses. A cost assessment based on the length of time the AT field is in safe condition to play. For example, the fields at Twin Creeks have lasted for a long time, but they are in terrible condition. So their replacement lifetime is not the same as their safe playing lifetime. Citations of where data is collected. Regarding community outreach and engagement, the RFP states understanding artificial turf installation and usage, but nothing about what the community thinks about well-maintained natural grass fields using newer, hardier grasses. How can the conclusions reached about the two different surfaces be fair if the consultant has only asked for input on artificial turf? I'm hoping staff will be extremely cautious in whom they assign the contract to. While landscape architects and construction engineering firms often claim expertise in both grass and plastic fields, it's the experience of many of us who oppose artificial turf that these firms are biased towards artificial turf. There are many of us who are anxious for the study issue to be completed. We appreciate all the hard work and time that has gone into getting to this point. We truly hope for the best firm to be chosen, for appropriate research to be conducted, and for a thorough and unbiased final report. Thank you for your continued interest in doing what's best for our community and for the world in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is YA, followed by YC. YA, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi, City of Sunnyvale. I wanted to talk about the issue that occurred at the Hands on the Arts Festival, where the Palestinian palette booth was told to take down a map of historic Palestine as it was deemed quote unquote political. Today, I just have not been able to focus all day as the UN released information that approximately 14,000 babies are in danger of starvation in Gaza within the next 48 hours. And I couldn't help but wonder what makes people think that it's okay to leave babies starve. How does a person get to a point where they don't care about children, about babies? And the way people get to this point is by dehumanizing the person in front of them. And when you deny a people their history, their culture, even the option of identifying themselves as a specific culture or people, you dehumanize them. They are, and this is what we've seen happen time and time again, and we saw it happen with the indigenous peoples here in this land. And unfortunately, the city of Sunnyvale engaged in this dehumanization of the people by refusing to allow the Palestinian palette booth to display a part of their history, which feeds into the current culture and what it means to be Palestinian. I urge the city council and the city of Sunnyvale to issue a public apology, as well as to attend training by the Institute for Understanding Anti-Palestinian Racism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is YC, followed by Dina. You've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
It's actually Israel. Hi. Hi, City Council members. I just want to tell you there's nothing to apologize for. Arts and Craft Fair is meant to be just that, arts and crafts, not a propaganda. Showing a map of so-called Palestine misleads the public from the actual facts. Palestine as a country does not exist. Let me repeat myself for the people in the audience. Palestine as a country or a nation does not exist, nor
So
has
can you
it.
keep your comments to subject matter within the city's subject matter jurisdiction?
Well, I think everybody else spoke on war that is not relevant to the city council meeting, so I can address the same, right? Because they talked about 14,000 babies that's supposedly starving, that is also not relevant to the city council meeting. So I'm specifically talking to the country and the map because that's what was discussed. And I want to point out that there's nothing to apologize for. The people who showed the map during arts and crafts know exactly what they meant. They meant to erase Israel from the map. They're playing victim card today in claiming anti-Palestinian racism. Well, these are the same people who scream from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, wanting to erase the only Jewish state in the world. This was not a historically accurate map either. What year are we referring to? Prior to 1948? Well, the map should have said British Mandate of Palestine. Or perhaps we want to go 50 years prior to that. Well, then it should have said Ottoman Empire. I can keep going back in history, yet we will not find a map that it actually says Palestine as a nation or a kingdom or a country. I want to talk about the Palestinian identity that has been discussed today. That was created by Yasser Arafat in the 1960s with the help of KGB. And wearing the keffiyeh that Arafat brought to life today is a modern day swastika. Enough is enough of this nonsense in our city.
Next up is Dina, followed by Erica V. Dina, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council. Dina, you should see a pop-up on your screen asking you to unmute.
Apologies. Good evening. The fact that the previous commentator specifically stated that Palestine does not exist, did not exist, is anti-Palestinian racism. And this is the reason why we must stop hate in all of its forms, dehumanizing Palestinians. The behavior by staff and Mayor Klein at the hands of the Arts Festival is racist. Trying to erase history is racist. The fact that Mayor Klein continued to say we do Ramadan while harassing the booth artists is in and of itself racist. It's the same as a white supremacist thinking they are not racist because they have a black or brown friend. The previous commentator stating what she said is racist. And if Sunnyvale truly prides itself as an inclusive and diverse community, then let's put your words to action. Staff, including Mayor Klein, must be offered mandatory training on the history of Palestine and on anti-Palestinian racism, led by the Institute for the Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism. Do better, Sunnyvale. Stop the racist behavior against Palestinians and their history. Respect diversity and history, and apologize. The previous commentator is abhorrent. Palestinians do exist. They've always existed, and they will continue to exist. Whether you want to call it British Mandate Palestine or whatever it is, it existed and will continue to exist. And the city of Sunnyvale needs to do better and clean up its act in terms of anti-Palestinian racism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Erica V, followed by Brian P. Erica, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. My name is Erica Valentine. I'm the Political Director for Local 393, representing 3,100 members in Santa Clara and San Benito County. Tonight, I'm asking that you please consider for your upcoming budget meeting to please pull above the line item 2407, which is to research and review the project labor agreements. All over the country, there are many cities and towns and counties that are using these project labor agreements. They save time, and more importantly, they provide a quality product for all of the taxpayers to enjoy with a project that comes in on schedule. Tonight, I'm asking you to please review this option for the city of Sunnyvale so that you may also have some of the very best projects like the rest of our country. So please be responsible with the taxpayers' dollars, and please consider moving the study issue above line so that we can move forward and provide quality projects for the taxpayers. Thank you so much and have a nice night.
Thank you.
Next up is Brian P, followed by Lisa A. Brian, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Pors, and I'm a business representative for UA Local 393. We are asking that the Mayor and Council also vote to pull above the line study issue 24-07 to explore the benefits and cost of project labor agreements for city projects. This will provide the city with quality projects built safely by local residents. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Good night.
Thank you.
Mayor, there was a hand from a council member. I'm not sure if there was, or from the city manager, intentional.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Next up is Lisa A. Lisa, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to say that anti-Palestinian racism seems to have only increased in Sunnyvale. I was disgusted to hear about what happened with the Palestinian palette booth, which was sharing Palestinian art, culture, and history. The overt racism and your failure to protect the people in the booth from the violent racists who showed up, was pretty horrific. So last year, my mom, my daughter, and I were attacked by Zionists along with other families at a peaceful anti-war demonstration. They drove large vehicles into the crowd and only swerved away at the very last minute. One of the people there ended up falling off her bike. They then shoved their way through the crowd, snatching people's flags and signs, saying all kinds of profanity. The police arrived and did nothing, and the city did nothing. This seems to be an ongoing problem, and I also strongly urge the mayor to apologize and, with other city officials, attend a program such as the one offered through the Institute for the Understanding of Anti-Palestinian Racism, and spend time talking with Palestinians about their experience and history. This community is suffering because, with the previous woman before who doesn't seem to care about the death of countless children that we are seeing across our screens every day. The community is in pain and suffering and dealing with very real harm. Please talk to Palestinians, learn something of their history. It is a beautiful culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote speaker for oral communications.
Thank you. City manager, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to reaffirm the remarks I made at the last council meeting regarding the incident at the Hands on the Arts event, and assure the community that we're approaching this matter with the seriousness it deserves. I'm personally spending a great deal of time gathering information around this, and it's clear that this moment presents a valuable opportunity for growth for the organization and for the city and for the community. So we remain engaged and committed to an open, respectful, and compassionate dialogue as we work together to make a meaningful improvement. And I just wanted to share those thoughts with you tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Being mindful of the fact that this is not agendized for discussion, I will therefore say just only one thing, which is that I would be very interested in the opportunity to attend the training that has been mentioned by many of the speakers here tonight. And I would like to express my interest to the city having such a training. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. With that, I'll close oral communications and move on to our consent calendar. I'll open up public comment on our consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards on a consent calendar item. City clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on consent?
No, Mayor.
I'll bring it back to council for a motion. Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to make a motion to approve consent calendar 1A to 1L.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Second.
Thank you. City clerk, please conduct the vote.
Here's the not so fancy looking results. I'll figure out why the fancy results aren't looking good, but the motion to approve the consent calendar passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. Let's move to general business. Our first item is item 25-0039, appoint applicants to our boards and commissions. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is David Carnahan, the city clerk. Sorry, give me a moment to pull up. To replace those not so beautiful voting slides, here is the presentation for this item. There are currently 17 vacancies across the city's boards and commissions. 16 of those vacancies were included in the report for this item. A 17th vacancy is the result of a resignation from the Sustainability Commission for a term ending June 2028. Notice of this resignation and resulting vacancy was included in the May 6th council packet. You interviewed applicants on May 12th and May 13th. Several applicants were not able to participate in interviews, but remain eligible for appointment tonight. And then since your interviews, applicant Alejandra Gutierrez withdrew their application for all boards and commissions. They had applied for Board of Library Trustees, Arts Commission, and the Parks and Recreation Commission. Pursuant to Council Policy 7.2.19 boards and commissions, the mayor-elect may select a paper ballot voting process or individual candidate voting process. The mayor has chosen a paper ballot voting process for tonight. The applicant, Alejandra Gutierrez, who withdrew their application, has been crossed off on the ballots. I will distribute individual voting sheets to be completed by each council member, and voting will take place in 3 rounds in an effort to accommodate applicants' board and commission preferences. Here is the voting order for the ballots. Ballot 1 is going to include a Board of Library Trustees, Heritage Preservation Commission, Housing and Human Services Commission, and Personnel Board. Then for ballot 2, Human Relations Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Sustainability Commission. And then the final round of ballots, Arts Commission, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, and Planning Commission. So for each vacancy, the candidate receiving the most affirmative votes and at least 4 affirmative votes will be appointed. And then a reminder for council members, as you're voting, you typically vote yes or abstain when voting for board and commission candidates. And then should a tie between candidates receiving the most affirmative votes occur, council may resolve the tie by motion, or the affected applicants can be voted on again. And then after that, if a tie still remains, the affected applicants that have each received at least 4 affirmative votes, the mayor will then ask the city attorney to draw a name of that person to be appointed. And then in addition to ballots, council will need to determine by motion which Human Relations Commission appointees will receive the term ending in 2026 versus the 2 terms ending in 2029. And then similarly for the Sustainability Commission, council will need to determine by motion which appointees who will receive the term ending in 2028 versus the 2 terms ending in 2029. And then for any of the vacancies, should no candidate receive at least 4 affirmative votes, that vacancy will remain. Staff makes no recommendation for this agenda item. This concludes the staff report, and I'm ready to address any questions from council.
Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the City Clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no in-person speaker cards. City Clerk, do you have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? Now continue with the appointment process.
I actually had something very quickly.
Sure.
I wanted to note briefly that I believe for the first time we have applicants who applied in Spanish for commissions other than the Human Relations Commission. I think that's really exciting. I had a conversation, I'm disclosing this under the Council Code of Ethics for ex parte communications. I had a conversation with Paulina Zapata regarding whether those applicants would be able to read the packets, in particular because the packets for many of these commissions would not, in my opinion, be feasible to translate. Her response was that she did speak to them and that she did believe that they would be able to handle the packets. They conveyed to her that. And so one of the things I would like to ask going forward on board and commission applications is that we consider asking applicants if they have read a packet for their commission before, as well as having watched a meeting. And that we consider, I think that that would be a useful bit of information to ask. And if they have any thoughts on that packet as well. And that could perhaps be handled the next time we update the board and commission questions. And that is all I wanted to say.
Okay. For future note, that's probably best for the board and commission subcommittee. But
probably, okay, yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
if we're talking about changing that, or it's a direction to the city manager that they can bring.
Suggestion that could perhaps come to the subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The voting process will be conducted with paper ballots. As we talked about, the city clerk will distribute the ballots and council will mark their votes. As a reminder, it is basically yay, nay, or abstain, and preferably yay or abstain. Once we've completed our voting by paper ballots, we'll take a brief recess, at which time the city clerk will tabulate the votes, and the city clerk will announce the voting results and share any tied votes that require council action. As we enter the first round of ballots, does council have any comments or questions or advocacy related to any of the candidates for the boards and commissions for, what's my sheet of paper?
Yeah, would it be helpful if I just rolled through
Yes,
a couple
if you could pull
slides
that
that
up,
show?
because I had it, but
Yeah, the first round is going to include the Board of Library Trustees. And there we go. And if I can get to the next slide. The Heritage Preservation Commission.
Oh, you're scrolling so fast.
I'm
fine.
sorry, one would think by now I could use PowerPoint, but somehow.
Actually, if you can go to page 3, it's much better.
So Board of Library Trustees, Heritage Preservation Commission, the Housing and Human Services Commission, and the Personnel Board. So those are the applicants, and then this lists
Yes.
which boards and commissions will be included in the first ballot.
Thank you. So do council have any questions or advocacy related to any of those applicants? Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to advocate, I understand we only have one vacancy. I'm going to advocate for 2 candidates for the Board of Library Trustees. They are Winnie Lamb, who did fantastic work for the bond measure last year, and Kirsten Clover, who I thought gave an excellent interview and had a really creative take on the library, on the future of the library. I think that while we had a very strong crop of applicants this year, those 2 really stood out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And one moment. Personnel. Okay. And yeah, I second what you said, Councilmember Mellinger. I think we have 2 very good applicants, and I did want, and for those of you that remember, often, so we interviewed Winnie Lamb in the previous cycle. And so just as a reminder, because she wasn't able to make it for this meeting, but of course the interview was linked. And I do want to thank the city clerk for simplifying our lives to a certain degree as being able to click through from a video standpoint and jumping to the appropriate interview. So thank you for that. Seeing no other advocacy or questions, City Clerk, do you want to distribute the ballots? Thank you. Thank you. At this point, council will take a brief recess while the city clerk tabulates the first round of voting results. Once tabulated, the appointments to each of the board and commissions will be announced, and any ties requiring council action will be addressed at that point. Thank you. Let's go ahead and reconvene. City Clerk, please announce the first round voting results.
Mayor and Council, after the first round of ballots for the Board of Library Trustees, with 7 affirmative votes and the most affirmative votes, Winnie Lamb was appointed to the term that expires June 30th, 2029. For the Heritage Preservation Commission, with seven affirmative votes and the most affirmative votes, Pamela Sharma is appointed to the term that expires June 30th, 2029. For the Housing and Human Services Commission, with 7 votes, Lisa Riviere, and with 6 votes, Rao Shen. Those both candidates had the 2 most affirmative votes, and they are appointed to terms expiring June 30th, 2029. For the Personnel Board, Richard Lesher, with 7 affirmative votes, was appointed to the term expiring June 30th, 2029. And we will then move on to the second round of voting. Let me just pull up the updated list of slides so you can see which applicants remain. So ballot 2 is going to focus on the Human Relations Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Sustainability Commission. And the only change from the applicants that were listed before, for the Sustainability Commission, this was Winnie Lamb's second preference, so they were removed from the list. So, Mayor, if you want to address any advocacy before I pass out the ballots.
Yes. Council, do you have any questions or any advocacy on any of the applicants? Yes, Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have advocacy on all 3 of these. For the Human Relations Commission, again, we had a number of extremely strong applicants, with, I believe, 2 vacancies. 3 vacancies. I will be voting to reappoint Claudia Camacho, who has done fantastic work on that commission. I will be voting to appoint Pedro Valencia Landa. Mr. Landa is a paraeducator with a background in ecology. He is a member of the Sunnyvale Community Services Leaders Program, and he put in his application, he stated in his application that he's a member of the LGBT community, and I felt for a long time that we need LGBT representation on the Human Relations Commission. So I will be voting for those 3 applicants. As I said, we had a very solid crew for this year. Those are my 3 choices. Oh, my third choice is Aaron Terry, whose experience in the military is something with veterans issues is something that I think will be very valuable. For the Parks and Recreation Commission, I was extremely impressed by Anuba Gupta, and she works for the Peninsula Open Space Trust. I think that she would be an excellent addition to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and I will be voting for her. And then finally, for sustainability, again, a very strong crop. I will be voting for Colin Ford, whose experience in the solid waste division at the City of San Jose is very valuable and relevant. I will also be voting to reappoint Christina Pistone, who has done excellent service for the commission. And I will be voting to appoint Jonathan Valencia, who is also a paraeducator and a member of the Latino Leaders Program from Sunnyvale Community Services. And the reason I want to appoint him is his emphasis on reaching out to the community and bringing sustainability issues into the community. We have a number, and historically have appointed a number of highly technical applicants to the Sustainability Commission. But I think the emphasis on community outreach that Mr. Valencia will bring will be an extremely valuable asset to the commission. So those will be my votes on these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much. I have similar advocacy for Mr. Aaron Terry, and sorry, I have a lot of names I'm scrolling through. And also Mr. Juan Alvarez for the Human Relations Commission, because of the same reasons that Councilmember Mellinger just spoke to right now. I believe that our commissions, we need to be looking at overall holistically and seeing what roles are missing and what roles need to be filled. I believe that having a person of the LGBT community is important in that role, and someone who has experience working with the armed forces as a veteran. That commission does good work, and having these lenses that are currently missing, I believe, is important. Sorry, could you pull back up the other commissions? Okay. For sustainability, I do want to say that I also really liked Mr. Ting Feng So, who also does work with the plastic arts recycling with a nonprofit in Palo Alto. And also I do like, it's her second choice commission, but Madeline Chang, who has been doing good work as a high school student. But we have a lot of very good applicants for all of these commissions. And I don't think that any of these folks would do a bad job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Sal.
Hi, I think we have wonderful applicants and it's really hard to choose. For the Human Relations Commission, I'd like to reappoint Commissioner Camacho, because she's done a great job. I also would like to appoint Pedro Valencia Landa because he gave a very strong presentation as a paraeducator and wanting to bring resources to his community and the student community, and his LGBTQ in that community too. And I'd like to also, for the Human Relations Commission, appoint Madeline Chang, because that was her first priority. She seems like when she came to present to council, she's just such a good communicator. She seems really organized, and she'd go out to the youth community. And then for Sustainability Commission, I'd like to reappoint Christina Pittstone. She has a PhD in climate, and she seems so dedicated in her interview and so thoughtful. I also like to appoint for the Sustainability Commission, except I can't pronounce his whole name. He said his nickname was Wade, and his name is Villar Durazo Bidatarlar. I don't know. But anyway, I liked his background in that he founded the sustainability department in Plug and Play, and he's interacting with Plug and Plays all over the nation. And so that ingenuity and bringing those resources to our Sustainability Commission would be great. And then for the Parks and Rec, I would like to reappoint Commissioner Kesting, David Kesting, because I've seen him in multiple efforts and really champion different issues related to the parks. So he puts so much into Parks and Rec and has made advances, such as first inspiring us to look at the PG&E park and trying to make that a park space, and also he was an artificial turf champion, but he seems like he's open to looking at all sides. So I thought that's pretty good that he can learn, he can look at something and be able to look at the facts and be driven by that. Anyway, I think that's just great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you for Human Relations Commission. I agree. Here in Terry is very good choice. Camacho. Oh man, yeah. Okay. Claudia Camacho, she is doing a wonderful job on the commission. And then I also would like, I work closely with Madeline Chang. She is very articulate, very, very thorough in her research. I've seen her in action. And then I also like Pedro Valencia. So those will be my choices on for that commission. For Parks and Rec Commission, I'm voting for David Kesting. I have seen him. I am the council liaison there. I have seen him conduct he's the chair now. He is doing a fantastic job there. On the sustainability, I also like Wahid Darza. I like Plug and Play. They're a wonderful organization, bringing in an experience of that ecosystem of sustainability. Not only startups and then other researchers would be very useful, which we seriously lack. And then Christina, I work with her, so that's no big deal. And then Madeline, yeah, one of the two yeah, she will be good on the sustainability also because the way she does research, it's really very, very thorough. So those will be my choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lay.
I'm sorry, earlier I was talking about Juan Alvarez, but I actually meant Pedro for HRC. And I wanted to add that I enjoyed Juan's interview. I think he did a great job. But I will be voting for a different applicant at this time. I feel like he should continue to pursue his leadership, the leadership options available within the city. And I look forward to seeing him in future leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. I agree with everything that was said by my colleagues. It's really hard because there were so many good applicants this time. But for Parks and Rec, I was really impressed by Anuba, but I am also interested in later advocating for her for bicycle and pedestrian. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just do a little advocacy from HRC Commission, definitely reappointing Commissioner Camacho is important. I'll second what's been said about Aaron Terry, having a perspective from for one thing, a military standpoint and how veterans are critical. And that is a very, it's a portion of our community that we don't hear from, and especially with Moffett Field so close. I think that's important. I'll second what's been said about Pedro, about Madeline, as well as Juan. I do think that Juan's energy, especially for someone that's about to go into 10th grade, was pretty impressive. And just to have that youth perspective, I think is really important. So I do think that's critical from a Parks and Rec standpoint. David Kesting has been doing a great job and is chair of that commission. I think what he's done as far as outreaching the community, as well as just promoting what's happening at Parks and Rec has been important. And then as far as sustainability, I agree with what a lot of people have said. There's a great group here, and other than the reappointment of Christina, Commissioner Bastone, definitely we have multiple candidates that can do the job, and I'll be voting for several. That's all of my advocacy. With that, City Clerk, can you please distribute the votes for round 2? And council will take a second recess while the city clerk tabulates her second round of voting results. And then we'll come back and city clerk will announce any final ties and any additional action on round 2. Thank you. Let's go ahead and reconvene. City Clerk, can you please announce the second round voting results?
Yes, so we're gonna need a few motions to get through this round, but let me give you the initial results. For the Human Relations Commission, you have 3 applicants, Claudia Camacho and Pedro Valencia Landa, both received 7 affirmative votes, the most affirmative votes. And Aaron Terry received 6 affirmative votes. So the 3 of them will be appointed to the Human Relations Commission. We will need a motion from council tonight to determine which one of those 3 will receive the term that expires June 30th, 2026 versus the longer terms and expiring in 2029. For the Parks and Recreation Commission, David Kesting received the most affirmative votes with 5 votes and is appointed to a term ending June 30th, 2029. For the Sustainability Commission, we'll need a couple motions to resolve things. With 7 affirmative votes, Christina Pistone is appointed to the Sustainability Commission. That's the most affirmative votes. Coming in second, Madeline Chang has 6 affirmative votes. And then tied with 5 affirmative votes, Colin Ford and Ting Feng So both received 5 affirmative votes. So for the Sustainability Commission, we either vote again or a council member could make a motion to appoint either Ting Feng So or Colin Ford. Then following that decision, council would need to determine which applicant will receive the term that expires in 2028 instead of 2029 when the other 2 terms expire. So do we want to go back up and resolve the Human Relations Commission
Yes, let's
first?
do one commission at a time.
So for this commission, again, you have 3 appointed individuals, Claudio Camacho, Aaron Terry, and Pedro Valencia Landa. And 2 of them will receive terms that expire in 2029, and the other one will need a motion to determine who receives the term that expires in 2026.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move that we appoint Pedro Valencia Landa to the term expiring in 2026 so that he can enjoy the benefit of an extra year of service should he so choose.
And I'll second that motion. And with the assumption that the other 2 candidates, as a friendly amendment, get the 2029, just to be clear, the 2029 terms. I'm sorry, 2029 terms. Is there any advocacy, any comments?
No, I wanted to second that.
Thank you. Fine, it's already been seconded. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion to appoint Pedro Valencia Landa to the term on the Human Relations Commission expiring in June 30th, 2026 carries 7-0. The other 2 applicants were appointed to terms ending in 2029. Give me a moment and I'll queue back up the Sustainability Commission results. So for the Sustainability Commission, the first order of business is resolving the tie between Colin Ford and Ting Feng So. So council could make a motion to appoint one of them instead of the other, and you could discuss and have advocacy before such a motion.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
I move to appoint Colin Ford.
Vice Mayor Sal,
I second.
to your motion.
Colin, I found he has interned with Sunnyvale and then he has a lot of environmental experience from San Jose. I think it will be very valuable. We are missing somebody from Santa Clara Environmental Science Services. So he would be a very good replacement there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sal.
I think he would bring a lot of, he talked about listening to community and ideas about outreach. And so that synergy with our ideas that staff and the commission would bring would be a great synergy.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion. I was very impressed with Colin's application and his history in the city of Sunnyvale. Having another young person on the commission is, I think, a great thing. I do want to say that I was also extremely impressed with Ting Feng So and his experience with plastic art and reusing plastic and electric charging networks. And I hope he considers applying in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to echo what my colleagues all said about Mr. Ford's application is really impressive. Having that insider public sector know-how, which is just how the business of our local governments gets done, is really valuable to have on the commission side of those meetings, as well as a commitment to a community that raised him, brought him up, that he is now looking to contribute to. And I want to encourage that kind of thing within our youth generally.
Thank you. Councilmember Lay.
I was going to say all those things, so I'll just say them again. I also will be backing this motion. I really appreciated Colin's experience in both San Jose and Sunnyvale and his understanding of government jurisdictions. I think that's something that really is shown in his interview, how he knows what belongs to what and where advocacy is needed for what projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion to appoint Colin Ford to the Sustainability Commission carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Moment to queue up your next motion or your next decision for the Sustainability Commission. Okay, so for the Sustainability Commission, you now have 3 individuals that you've chosen to appoint, Madeline Chang, Colin Ford, and Christina Pistone. And we'll need a motion to determine which one of them receives the term that ends in 2028 versus the 2 terms that end in 2029.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
I move to appoint Madeline Chang for the term expiring in 2028, June 30th, 2028.
And the other 2?
For the 2029 term.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Second.
2 motions?
Yeah, Madeline Chang is a sophomore, and then this would give her exactly the time for her to graduate and then move to who knows where she will end up. And then this experience will be amazing for her. And then it will be amazing for Sustainability Commission to have her as a commissioner. So it will be very good for both sides. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion to appoint Madeline Chang to the term on the Sustainability Commission ending June 30th, 2028 carries 7-0.
Thank you. Is that all
That
direction needed for round 2?
That is everything for round 2. Give me a moment to pull up your 3rd round of ballots, 3rd and final round. So for round 3, your ballots will include the Arts Commission, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, and Planning Commission. The only change is that for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, you already appointed Aaron Terry to a different board or commission, so that individual is crossed out.
Thank you. Is there any advocacy or comments about any of the candidates? Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I do have advocacy for Arts Commission. I will be voting for Christina Wright and Maria Cancheco. who both brought, I thought, extraordinary levels of energy to their interviews and also bring substantial interest in the performing arts, which is something that we as a body have asked the Arts Commission to do more on. So I will be voting for those two candidates. Excuse me. For Planning Commission, I will be voting to reappoint Commissioner Pine, who has done fantastic work there. And then for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, my mind is actually still open on this one. Yensi Guio is a strong candidate, I believe. But she is the only candidate. Certainly, I will be voting to reappoint Commissioner Bonet. But other than Commissioner Bonet, Yensi Guio is the only candidate that we got who ranked BPAC #1. And I am of half a mind to leave that seat vacant for a quarter and see if we get a few more applications. I'd be curious to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this. I could also be open to appointing Ms. Gupta to the BPAC, but I think that might not be a bad idea to see if we can get a few more applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
For the Arts Commission, I would, I'm voting for Christina Wright because of her background of being adjunct professor in films and Pienza. And then I'm also voting for Sharon Marquitz. She has a lot of experience in the arts, and she would bring that knowledge to the commission. And for the Bike and Pedestrian Commission, I really like the energy and the creativity that Anupa Gupta had in her interview. And I think she'd bring that environmental and that ingenuity that she has to the Bike and Pedestrian Commission. And then reappointing Alex Bonet to the Bike and Pedestrian Commission, and then reappointing Martin Pine to the Planning Commission. Both of them are have been serving well. That's it.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Lay.
Thank you. I will be voting for Christina Wright and Maria Kencheko. And then for Planning Commission, I will be voting to reappoint Martin Pine. For Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, I'll be voting to reappoint Mr. Bonet. And I want to say that while I did enjoy Ms. Gupta's energy and the level of thought that she put into her application, it concerns me that she has not been to a BPAC meeting or attended a BPAC meeting or seen one online. And it is my opinion that that is one of the commissions where you really should do that before we appoint you. And also it's her fourth choice. I'm not sure it would be fair to put her there if she doesn't know what she's getting into. And I am very open to leaving that seat open for another quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. For Arts Commission, Christina Wright, and then Sharon Markowitz, and then for BPAC Commission, Alex Boone, and then Anuba Gupta. I wanted to see BPAC to have more pedestrian focused commissioners. And then, of course, for Planning Commission, Martin Pine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. For Arts Commission, I will be voting for Maria Tchenko and Christina Wright for the reasons that have already been mentioned by my colleagues. They've both had enthusiasm and unique points of view and ways to look at art in our city as we continue to grow our portfolio there and respond to the community in different ways. For Planning Commission, I will vote to reappoint Martin Pine. He has done a wonderful job and his leadership has been invaluable both on that commission and in other commissions and positions within the city. And then for BPAC, that was something that I was looking forward to hearing my colleagues about as well, because I was really thinking on that one. And of course, I want to reappoint Commissioner Bonet, and I am also of a mind to leave that vacant at this point if Ms. Gupta wanted to reapply after attending some meetings and going through some of those packets and seeing the issues that BPAC is dealing with. I think that she would make a strong candidate, but given that BPAC deals with a lot of things that have a lot of public engagement, are technical, and require some a lot of background knowledge on the community and different actions that have been taken and positions that are held, I think that it's really valuable to ask for that kind of commitment when we're appointing to that commission. So if we leave it vacant right now, but I do encourage her to go back and take a look and see if that's something that she still wants to do, because it could be, I could see this being a very overwhelming commission to jump into if you don't know what you're getting into.
Thank you. Councilmember Chang.
Yeah, thank you. I was originally going to advocate for Anuba for bicycle and pedestrian, but now hearing my colleagues, I'm a little bit more on the fence, but agree on the other commissions. What I thought I liked her responses is that she said that she wanted to expand public access and support thoughtful community planning. And I thought that felt very BPAC aligned, but I'm also now open to leaving it open. And I also remember she also had applied for the Arts Commission and she was an artist. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just give a few comments. From an art commission standpoint, most of my comments have been said. From a planning commission, definitely reappointing Commissioner Pine to me is the right thing. It's the planning commission takes a long time to get up to speed, and this is why we normally reappoint commissioners in when they're reapplying. As far as BPAC, I agree. Reappointing Commissioner Bonet is important. I will ask everyone to please take a look at the applications for DE Zoo. She was a bike commuter. She wasn't able to meet with us that night or either of those nights. She is a community builder. She, within her community, multiple block parties, all that. I've talked to her in the past. I think she would actually be a good addition to BPAC. And if so, please take a quick glance at her application if you haven't already. She wasn't able to. She didn't go through the actual in-person interviews, and that is all the advocacy. City Clerk, please distribute the third round ballots. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, council will take another brief recess while the city clerk tabulates her third round votes. Thank you. Let's go ahead and reconvene. City Clerk, can you give us the round 3 results?
Yes, Mayor. For the Arts Commission, Christina Wright with 7 affirmative votes and Maria Tichenko with 5 affirmative votes. Both have the most affirmative votes and are appointed to terms expiring June 30th, 2029. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, 1 applicant received the necessary 4 affirmative votes or more. Alex Bonnet received 7 affirmative votes and is appointed to a term on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission expiring June 30th, 2029. And then on the Planning Commission, applicant Martin Pine received 7 affirmative votes and is appointed to a term expiring June 30th, 2029. So with the appointments that you have made tonight, there will be 1 remaining ongoing vacancy on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. We don't have an application deadline yet for the next recruitment cycle, but we do have interviews scheduled for August 4th. So the deadline will be published online and it will be towards the end of July for those interested in applying for this vacancy or any other vacancies that may pop up due to resignations in the intervening time period.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Could we see the Arts Commission results one more time, please?
It's Krishenko and Wright.
I remember. I just wanted to see the vote counts. I missed them. Thank you.
Oh, and then just one other note. Sorry, for the Arts Commission, I neglected to cross out Rao Shen from your ballots, but that individual you'd already appointed to a different board or commission.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
With that, we will finally move on to our next item, item 25-0307, award a contract to Bulk Handling Systems for the Sunnyvale Material Recovery and Transfer Station, Smart Station, Municipal Solid Waste and Source Separated Recyclables, Integrated Processing System, accept an addendum to the Smart Station Environmental Impact Report, and approve corresponding contingencies, and adopt a resolution regarding the intention to issue solid waste revenue bonds. Is there a staff report?
There is. Thank you, Mayor. Even though it's late tonight, we are ready to talk trash today. I'm Ramana Chinakotla. I'm the Environmental Services Director. I have here with me Shika Gupta. She's our Solid Waste Division Manager, and Deepthi Jain, our Environmental Programs Manager in charge of the Smart Station. We also have Hans Wallet, our consultant, who's sitting here. He has been assisting the city on this project. This project has been a long time in the making. We've been actively working on the specific equipment contracts that we have here today for the better part of 2 years. This procurement is a joint effort between the finance department and the environmental services department. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge some key staff who have spent a lot of time and effort on this project. 3 key staff: David Battaglia, the purchasing officer, who led the procurement process, and Deepthi Jain from our Smart Station, and Hans, our consultant. The 3 of them have spent close to 1,000 hours on the procurement and negotiations. I think we have a really good outcome in front of the council today because of their efforts. Also, other staff I want to acknowledge are Chris Leon, our Solid Waste Contracts Administrator, Matt Paulin, our Finance Director, Dennis, our Assistant Finance Director, and Sandra Lee from the Office of City Attorney, who worked on the contracts for this project. And lastly, we work together also with the City of Mountain View, who is our partner at the Smart Station, on the procurement process and the vendor selection process. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Shika to begin the project presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So today's presentation will talk about our city's garbage and recyclables receiving and processing facility, Smart Station operations, why we need Next Gen project, and what will we get from doing this large project, how will we fund it, and finally requesting approval to implement this. Thank you. That was our agenda. I just went over. So Smart Station has been operational since 1993. It was when City of Sunnyvale, with participation from Mountain View and Palo Alto, built this facility to help the cities meet their state-mandated landfill goals, landfill diversion goals, I should say. And then in 2007 and 2017, 16, there were some retrofits made to the facility. In 2008, retrofit for mixed waste processing capabilities to improve the recovery from municipal solid waste were made. And then 2016 were when there were equipment added to improve recovery of recyclables. And then now we are in the phase where we started working on future development of a smart station. And this project that we are currently presenting to you started in 2018, is where the initial work was started, and we started working on small projects to lead to this big project. So some preliminary studies were done, and we did our partner agreement with Mountain View during this time. And now we are here in front of you to go to the next level of execution of this project. So Smart Station accepts waste from cities of Sunnyvale and Mountain View. And on the screen is all the types of wastes that we accept. We accept municipal solid waste or garbage that we collect in our black bins or carts. We accept source-separated recyclables that we from our blue bins or carts. Smart Station also takes in food scraps from our brown bins and carts. And then our green bin, providing the trees and yard trimmings. Also, Smart Station processes construction and demolition material. One thing to note is that we do have source-separated recyclables, but we also find recyclables in our garbage. And that's part of what is the processing of municipal solid waste does, is extract those recyclables from the garbage. So on an annual basis, typically Smart Station processes around 185,000 tons of solid waste. It includes all the things that we listed on the previous slide: garbage, food scraps, C&D debris, yard trimmings, and source-separated recyclables like paper, cardboard, jugs and other plastic materials, plastic bottles, and tin cans. As you see in the chart on the screen, about 70% of what we receive at Smart Station is garbage. And that's what it includes also what our general public can bring. So public haul material is also included in that garbage. So Sunnyvale City of Sunnyvale, we bring in all these waste streams, including food scraps and yard trimmings, and 72% of all material comes from Sunnyvale, whereas Mountain View brings in all garbage and recyclables only. They don't bring food scraps to us. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Deepthi.
Thank you, Shikha. Good evening, everyone. The Smart Station currently operates multiple processing systems, as shown in this slide. One dedicated to garbage processing became operational in 1993. The one dedicated for source-separated curbside recyclables became operational in 2008. We also have one line for yard trimmings and another system for processing food scraps. The yard trimmings equipment does not require a replacement, and the food scraps equipment were recently replaced through a separate grant from CalRecycle. Focus of NextGen project is replacing key equipment of the garbage and recycling processing system and adding a new garbage compactor. There are only 3 facilities in the Bay Area, like Smart Station, that can process garbage. Other 2 are owned by private companies and have been already retrofitted. Other than these 2 facilities that are around us can only process recyclable material. As mentioned, Smart is operational from the last 30 years, and our equipment is aging. In 2018, city staff asked council for their approval to develop next-gen project. Goal was to look into ways that can help us replace old and failing equipment, as well as get equipment that can reduce the amount of material that we send to the landfill. Since 1992, we have made equipment replacements, but the whole system has never been replaced. Garbage processing equipment require replacement every 15 to 20 years due to the heavy wear and tear, and smart station equipment is in need for that replacement at this point. In addition, new state laws now require a higher diversion of organic material that the smart station's current systems are unable to do. Proposed system is a cost-effective way of processing both garbage and recyclable on the same integrated system. This hybrid system will also help the city in meeting state organics regulation, such as SB 1383 requirements, by recovering 75% or more of the organic material from the garbage. It will help us in becoming a state-of-the-art, high diversion organic facility and increase overall facility-wide diversion and purity of the recovered material. The project is in alignment with City Council policies of promoting zero waste and other relevant policies, including replacing capital improvements in a timely manner and funding such projects with rate or debt financing. In addition, this procurement complies with the City of Sunnyvale's Municipal Code Section 2.08 requirements. The procurement process was led by the Finance Department. Finance Department and Environmental Services Department worked very closely on the RFP evaluation and vendor selection process. We used the best value process for this procurement, where we use our RFP and selection is based on best value. The city initially publicly advertised the request for proposal in October 2023. The city received 2 proposals at that point. One was deemed non-responsive, and one responsive proposal was substantially over budget. At that point, staff recommended rejecting all bids. The city publicly re-advertised the request for proposal again in May 24 and received 3 proposals in August at that point. One proposal was deemed non-responsive. City staff, including staff from the Department of Public Works, Department of Environmental Services, City of Mountain View, and our consultants evaluated proposals based on RFP criteria such as qualification, experience, technical proposal, performance, diversion, approach, and innovation. 2 vendors, MachineX and Bulk Handling System, were invited to formal interview process. After the evaluation process, the evaluation team selected BHS as the most qualified candidate for the project, and the city entered into negotiation with BHS to refine the design, scope of work, and the cost. As mentioned, this is a hybrid system with one single line that can process both curbside or recyclable material as well as garbage. All equipment shown in green are existing equipment that will be retrofitted for reuse. That includes multiple conveyors, trommels, and bunkers. This will also have more than 108 new conveyors shown in black. So you see all those black strips, those are the conveyor belts that will transfer material from the TIF floor to the processing equipment and then ultimately to the compactors and balers that will take material to other parts of the facility or to other facilities for further processing. The system will also include 6 optical sorters and 3 Max AI optical sorter quality control units, shown in red color, that will process the material using infrared red sorting system. This system separates different types of plastic or paper from garbage using a camera as part of the detection system. It will also include multiple screens. Screens are shown at the top in the black with green border that separate out material based on the size or type using magnets, speed, or air as a tool for separation. In this design, the same equipment can process garbage and recyclable. In the first shift, garbage will be processed, and in the second shift, source separated recyclables will be processed. The first contract before you today is the bulk handling system contract. The scope will involve several new pieces of equipment which will integrate with the existing equipment. In addition, the scope will include the supporting steel framework, elevated platforms on which these equipment will be installed, associated electrical and mechanical work, installation of these equipment, commissioning, testing, and finally, training. Processing equipment will have multiple equipments, such as this new baler shown as on the right-hand side photo. Baler will be used to mainly compact the recyclable material like plastic bottles and cans or milk jugs into bales. System will also include various type of screens to separate out the material, like the one shown on the right-hand side. This type of screen can separate mixed paper from containers and other small size garbage pieces based on whether it's a 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional object. The second contract before you today is with Shredding Systems Incorporated, or SSI, for a preload compactor. We need a new garbage compactor. This new proposed compactor will replace the old one and is sole sourced. SSI is the only company that manufactures large garbage preloading compactor, and it will be a very cost-effective way to buy directly from SSI. In the last few years, we have completed few projects, as Shikha mentioned. One of the project was that we refurbished about 40,000 square feet of the tip floor. Tip floor is the main hub of the facility. Garbage, construction debris, material that goes to landfill are tipped here or stored here on this concrete floor. We have been patching the tip floor for the last 30 years, but it was time to redo it, the whole thing at this point. We completed that project in December 2023. Last year, we also installed a bag opener or shredder that opens the garbage bags before they go on the processing line. This bag opener has already increased our diversion by more than 8%. With the assistance of the Public Works Department, we are also bringing in an additional 3,000 amp PG&E electrical service line to our site. This additional power will help with the electrical demand of the new next-gen equipment. This project is anticipated to be completed by end of this year. To get to this stage, we have done various site assessment studies, equipment age studies, feasibility studies, and have hired professional consultants to provide and assist us with this project. As mentioned earlier, this is a hybrid system approach, which means we are upgrading some equipment and conveyor belts that are in fairly good condition, still have useful life, and can be reused. One of such items are the 2 trommels shown in the first picture. These trommels have screens that are used to separate out material based on the size. These trommels were installed in 2008, and by changing the screen size and some other retrofits, we can still use them for many more years. Other work include upgrading some of the conveyor belts, asphalt paving of existing roads, and the parking lot. We will also need a new fire suppression system for the new equipments, and there is ancillary civil and structural work such as footings and concrete pads that will be needed for the equipment. So now comes the project cost. So the total project cost is 51.41 million. We have already spent 5.54 million on the work that we have, as I discussed. BHS contract is 35 million. SSI compactor purchase agreement is 2.55 million. Our other next-gen improvement project budget is 8.26 million. We were successful in getting calorie cycle grant for 6.575 million. And that will help us in reducing the project cost to 44.84 million. We will be bringing that to council for acceptance in June. All these equipments and upgrades will cost about 45 million. Once the project is completed in about 18 months, we are expecting to see huge material processing improvements This efficient system will help us in increasing our diversion. Overall facility-wide diversion will increase from 50 to 65%. Source-separated recyclable diversion will go up from 87 to 90%. Source-separated blue bin material that we receive are clean, and this system will make them even more cleaner. Increased purity will get us better rates when we sell those recyclables, and that revenue will help us in offsetting the operational cost. Organic diversion from garbage will increase from 50 to 75%, and garbage diversion will increase from 35 to 50%. Automation is expected to reduce the number of sorters also. Out of the 18 months of project execution, facility will not be processing garbage for about 6 months. At that point, garbage will be sent to the landfill without much processing. Other streams like yard trimmings, our construction demolition debris material, food scraps will still be processed at the smart station. We will decommission recycling processing line last to minimize the downtime. Budget modification number 24 in the amount of 16.75 million has been prepared to adequately fund the entire project. Revenue bonds for 45 million will be issued in the next few months to fund this project. The debt service payments are estimated to be approximately 3.4 million per year. Partner cities, that is Mountain View and Sunnyvale, they contribute into Smart Station Replacement Fund based on their percentage of tonnage that they bring in. Solid waste funds can support the debt and maintain adequate reserves. Planned debt service is built into the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget and on 20-year long-term financial plan. The city is also seeking additional partners, which will help in spreading the operational cost and the associated capital improvement cost. The City Council certified an environmental impact report or EIR for the smart station in 1990. For the next-gen project, addendum number 3 to the existing ER has been prepared per the provisions of the state CEQA guidelines. Staff's review indicates that no major revisions are required to the final EIR because the project will not cause any new significant environmental impacts that were not identified in the 1990 EIR. And in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of alternatives 1 to 8, except addendum number 3 to the previously certified EIR, award a service agreement in the amount not to exceed 34.54 million to bulk handling system, approve of 1.5% contingency for the project to BHS, approve a purchase agreement in the amount of 2.512 million to Shredding Systems Incorporated for the purchase of preload garbage compactor and approve a 1.5% contingency associated with the project. Approve budget modification number 24. Adopt a resolution declaring the intention to reimburse expenditures from the proceeds of solid waste revenue bonds. Authorize the city manager to execute both agreements when all necessary conditions have been met. And finally, authorize the city manager to execute amendments to both contracts to incorporate the contingencies. This concludes my presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First up is Vice Mayor Sal.
Hi, thank you for all the analysis and all the great work. So I had a question. It said that one of the council policies is zero waste to work towards reduce amount of Sunnyvale waste being disposed. I was just wondering, there are some plastic packages that still go in our garbage and is not recycled. Are we striving eventually for more of those plastic containers to be one day be recyclable in Sunnyvale? Or is that just out of scope for longer term, some other project?
So, Vice Mayor, there is some legislation that's working its way through CRAL Recycle for addressing those hard to recycle plastics. It says B54. So there are rulemaking process currently, and the aim of that legislation is to reduce materials that are not easily recyclable. So we are continuing to monitor that and see and have that should impact what comes through the waste stream. So it's basically turning the tap off before it comes into use at all.
Oh, so the hard to recycle items, they'll try to not
even
make
produce
them into packaging.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for the great work.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the excellent presentation and analysis. What is the lifespan of this system or these equipments?
We were estimating 20 years.
20 years.
That's kind of how the bonds are structured.
That's
So they match, the debt service term matches the expected life of the equipment. But the previous equipment has lasted more than 30 years.
Okay.
So
after 20 years, we might make profit.
basically, we'll pay it off. So that cost won't be, so the ratepayers will benefit.
That was my next question regarding funding budget. We have allocated about $17 million, 16 something million, and then rest will be paid by bonds. Is that the way it works?
Actually, those two are separate pieces. The $16.7 million we are asking for a budget modification just adds that money into the budget so that we would have enough money in the account to spend. But how it would be funded would be through the bonds.
Okay, the entire 44 million.
The entire 45 million would be, we would issue debt service to basically fund that entire project.
That makes sense because 3.5 million per year into 20 years would be about 70 million. I was wondering why would 30 million cost double unless we are paying huge interest rate. I know our bond rating is very good, but anyway. So the other question I had was, why within a year, first year, we didn't get any RFP responses. And then very next year, we got 3 responses of which 2 were valid. How did that happen?
Great question. So the first one, when we did the first RFP, we did get two proposals. One of them was non-responsive. It actually arrived a minute late. So we had to reject it because they didn't meet the timeline. And then the other one was also from BHS, but it was really high. So we went back to the vendors and talked to them to see what are some of the things that they're looking for. So we got a little bit more understanding of how the equipment vendors work. And we also got a really good consultant, Hans, who helped us craft the RFP in a way that would basically be aligned with how vendors supply their equipment. We are also, with this new RFP, we're reusing a lot of the existing equipment that we did an assessment, and those still work. So we kind of changed the scope a little bit and made it more attractive for vendors to apply.
Okay, that makes sense. So after the end of the cycle, recycling baler, do we have market for recycling material? Or I know some time back there was no market.
Definitely there is market, and our smart station operator, Bay County Smart, they regularly look at the market, and they have brokers that sell the material. So for example, the paper that we collect, whether it's cardboard or clean paper, or we call it mixed paper, which has a combination of both types of paper. They have like brokers for each type of commodity, we call. Same thing with PET bottles, HDPE, which is the hard plastic like detergent bottles. They have markets for all of those material. All the plastic stays within US, so they have brokers and market for domestic, and they sell all that material there. And the fiber or paper goes to international markets.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. on slide 17, really like you say source separated recyclables, it will increase. But I thought this is it's source separated. It's at homes and other places. Why would the recyclable percentage increase diversion? Is that because of it is also processed through the new system, or how does that work?
Could probably take a shot at that. So the source separated recyclables just means that people just put them in different cans, but there's still a lot of contamination.
Yeah.
And then you still need to separate some of the stuff from each other. So
Okay.
for example, on the container side, you have glass, you have metal, you have different kinds of different things. So they all need to be separated. And the less contamination you have, the better purity you have. But in our case, what we're doing is because of the new equipment that we're bringing in, they're able to better separate some of the material from each other. So, and the more separated the material is, the better markets you have. The cleaner the material, the more price you get.
Right.
So,
So by this new equipment, are we also planning to recycle more material at the source, or how does that work? For example,
well, so we always want people to do a better job of recycling at the source. So if they put everything in the right can, we get, we benefit from that. But what the equipment is doing is once people put their stuff, whatever stuff they put in the different bins, once it comes back to the smart station, we are trying to recover as much material as possible. That's kind of the goal of the smart station itself.
Okay.
But if people recycle from the beginning and put them in the right bin, it will help us.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then the organic diversion is the critical thing. I really like that. That's the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases. By separating out or increasing that by 25 or 50%, that would be really good. And then thanks for explaining what happens during the installation. That was the question. As an engineer, I was looking at that. And then those are my questions. Thank you. And then one last thing regarding funding. So you said 28% of the bond payment comes from Mountain View, right? So,
That's correct.
okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, hello, thank you. And thank you for that presentation and for the work on this. This is really exciting for the city of Sunnyvale and a lot of opportunities here. I just have a couple questions. Does the acceptance of the Cal Recycle grant come with any requirements? The reason why I'm asking is, are we tied to doing anything in particular with this contract due to our acceptance of the grant?
So when we applied for the grant last year, it does say that what will be the equipment that will be funded. And at that point, we have already issued the RFP. We were looking at the proposals that we have received. So we had a fair good idea of what we want to include in the grant application. So our grant application scope pretty much aligns with the equipment that we are going to buy.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that it happened that way around.
Yes.
By future partners, do you mean other cities and contracting with them to take their recyclables? Would we then also have increased capacity to take on food waste or offer other services as well?
I can answer that. So we have some interest from other cities to bring their waste in. The interest is mostly on the garbage side because we are one of the few, like Deepthi mentioned, we are one of the 3 agencies or 3 material processing facilities that accept garbage and actually recover useful material from it. So we are working with the city of Cupertino and they have interest in bringing their municipal solid waste or garbage. We have also plenty of capacity on our garbage line to be able to accommodate something like that. So that's kind of what we're pursuing.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up to that too, is what how much capacity we increase. And I ask because something we hear from residents is they're concerned about our infrastructure capacity with increased growth. We have obligation to build more housing. There are just more people generally, and they're like, can our city handle such a thing? And so what we're saying here is this new equipment would give us increased capacity, not only to accommodate our growth, but even to take on, you know, things from other cities in order to benefit.
That's correct.
That's
and,
fantastic.
And when we bring on more partners, it reduces the overall cost for the facilities, which all cities or all agencies benefit from that.
Right. And how would that work? So if they come in after we execute this grant, would they just start paying right from that moment that they start the contracting and we reconfigure our contributions annually, or how would that work?
Yeah, it's basically all up to we can negotiate. It's all based on the negotiations, but typically that's how we would do it. Everyone pays for their portion of their capital cost, and then the operational cost will be based on the actual tonnage that people bring in a specific year. But we share the cost in that proportion.
Okay, that's awesome, and that makes sense. And are those contracts longer term, or how long are the terms of those contracts with the other
They're
cities?
typically long term, 15 to 20 years, and we like to align them with the debt service if possible.
That was where I was getting with that. So that helps with the overall stability and money we can have on long term. Anyway, those are my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And so wanted to confirm something. So during the interim, when the construction is happening, we're not planning on shipping recyclables to landfill, correct?
The source separated recyclables, yes. So
Correct.
there, I think what Deepti and her team are thinking of is, because it's going to be, that line is going to be down only for about 6 to 8 weeks, they would have enough space in the smart station to store them.
Okay. And we obviously can't do recovery in the interim.
Yeah,
from
they
the
will be,
garbage line.
so they will be processed once the new line comes online.
Yep. Okay. That makes sense. So when I was a very small child, there was nothing I wanted to be more in the world than a garbage man. I think I've said this here before. And so I'm going to indulge my inner 5-year-old on just one thing in respect of the late hour. Can you explain to me how the aluminum eddy current machine is going to work? I mean, seriously, this place has all the cool heavy equipment, right?
I'll do my best. So you want to go deep dive technical?
Let's do high level.
Okay. So basically think about a conveyor belt. You got a tail pulley, a head pulley. The head pulley, there's different magnet, north and south, that are all put around a drum. And when you spin the drum internally, what happens, you create an electromagnetic field. So there's north, south, north, south. So when an aluminum can comes on top, it's going to see one of the magnets. It's going to create like a field. So north, south. But the next magnet is going to be opposite. So now north, north, propel the can up. Makes sense? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Appreciate it.
Welcome.
No further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Chang.
Thanks for the presentation and thanks for the clarification that the entire facility won't be down during the 6 months and that everything else will go the same. But I was wondering, does that mean the same for kind of the mulch and the compost collection?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Councilmember. So let's dig in more on that. Is it 6 to 8 weeks, 6 months? You mentioned 2 things here, and I want to be very clear about that because I have some subsequent questions that I wanted to get to, but I wanted to let's define that time very clearly.
Yeah, so the clarification is that the garbage processing line will be down for 6 months. since right now we have two separate processing lines, one that processes garbage, the other one that processes only the source separated recyclables. So we want to keep that operational for as long as possible. So when we take that down, that'll be down for about 6 to 8 weeks. So two separate lines. One line is down for 6 months. The other one is down for about 6 to 8 weeks.
And from, let's say, an operational standpoint, and not really sure when this starts, but assuming that we approve staff recommendations tonight, we still need to do scheduling and all that. During that 6-month period, during that 8-week period, are we doing anything different operationally from a customer standpoint? Meaning, are we still picking up large, large twice a year large item requests? Are we still doing everything else from food cycling and all that?
Yeah, everything is basically from a customer's perspective. They will not see any change. What we're doing is basically different at the smart station, but the customer will not see anything different.
So you're storing what you can, and you're also adding to the landfill during that time, correct?
Yeah, the garbage essentially is not being processed for those 6 months. So we are essentially, cleaning it up a little bit, compacting it, and then transporting it to the landfill.
So that goes on to my next question. Are there any penalties that will conceivably be hit with because we're not meeting our recycling goals for a 6-month period?
So our local enforcement agency, which regulates our site, they have already aware of this project, and we will be applying for an RFI. So that is the amendment to our existing permit to operate, so that they are aware of that during that six months, they don't penalize us for sending that material.
Thank you. I appreciate that. From an operational standpoint, is it in our best interest to conceivably try to encourage residents to not do larger dumping during that time, additional bags, all this sort of stuff that conceivably we're dependent upon from a processing standpoint?
We could do that, but it's just from a logistical perspective, it's a little tough to, remove some of those services. And we're also really have to make sure that the time frame that we're talking about is exactly the time frame that it'll happen. So I think it's, in theory, it sounds like a good plan, but in practice, it might be more trouble to actually execute.
Okay. Because of this, are rates automatically going to go up next year because of additional waste going into the landfill? Because everything's on a tonnage basis and all that.
Not really, because it's going to be compensated by the reduction in operational costs, because you're not really operating the facility during that time. So there will be some savings on the Bay County operator contract. So it all evens out.
Okay. I look at that as kind of forward thinking, but the immediate request, or conceivably where we are a year from now, Mountain View is completely connected on all of this as far as the short-term and kind of long-term effects, correct?
Yes, we have been in constant communication with them throughout the process.
Okay. And then lastly, I'll bring it up because of PG&E connections as part of that. Not sure when the electric feeder line would be required, but have we already given heads up to PG&E, because their scheduling is often, as we've seen in other city projects and business project and residential projects, the lagging indicator on when this project will actually get done?
Great question. So we learned our lesson. So the project is actually in construction right now. So we started doing that first.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's see. I think that was all of my questions. Any other council questions? I see none. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call the members participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have one speaker card. AJ?
I hope I can remember everything that I was gonna ask. So, most of my question was about the procurement. In my experience, this kind of a project are several packages of design builds, because the consultant normally don't have the experience to write the specification and the design for this kind of procurement. So they work with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer basically gives them the design criteria for that. So I was wondering if this was one of those type of procurement. Basically, it's a design build rather than us doing the design specification, putting it out for a bid, and then they submitting a bid. The second the question that I had was that it seemed the existing system is 2 trains, one for recyclable and one for garbage, but you're replacing it with 1 train, which means if something goes wrong, you will be out of commission. Those were my two observations.
Thank you very much. I have no other speaker cards in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote speakers wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for final questions or motion. First up, Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much. I'd love to hear staff's response to the questions raised by the members of the public or member of the public.
Certainly, both very good questions. So the process that we use to procure this contract is what we call best value. So in cases where different designs can provide the same function and different pieces of equipment, we provide performance requirements. And then once we get proposals, we look at the proposals and evaluate them on several factors like cost, quality, or qualifications of the vendor, experience, different factors, and then we assign different ratings to them. And that's kind of how we select the best value vendor or equipment in this case. And then on the second item, we ourselves were concerned about the lack of redundancy. But what we have is, even though it's a single system, it actually has 2 parallel lines. So you're essentially using 2 lines. So in case one of the lines is down, you can still use the other line. So it does offer redundancy.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I'm ready with a motion whenever.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell, do you have a question?
I would just second the motion.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move alternatives 1 through 8, staff recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Second.
Thank you. To your motion.
Thank you very much, colleagues. This is just the diversion improvements alone are reason enough to support this. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I too am impressed with the diversion goals of this, the automation, and also getting other cities to join in with us. Already have Mountain View and looking for others. Very impressive. So thank you for the great work of the staff.
Thank you very much. I'm in support of this motion. Definitely, I appreciate getting this overview, and to me, the schedule is, let's say, progressive. It's a great goal. I'm hoping that we'll be able to stay on the 18 months. I will ask staff to really look at that 6 to 8 weeks and that 6 months, all hands on deck, and actually consider asking residents to chip in, whether or not that's as you're getting close to those last few weeks before opening up. To me, there's no reason not to push off large pickups or other, other things from a storage standpoint or just from a scheduling standpoint, there are things that we can do to at least improve our window of where we're actually filling the landfill as much as we can. And I understand, it's not meeting our goals for a short period of time, but the overall goal of improved diversion, I think, has a lot of value and meets our sustainability goals. So I appreciate staff's work and, keeping this project on track. And, thank you for looking ahead for PG&E. And if you need the mayor to advocate on your behalf, definitely raise those issues. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next item 25-0531. Adopt a resolution amending the city salary resolution to add life insurance benefits for mayor and council members. And we'll pause for just a second. Is there a staff report?
If you could just give me 1 second to get settled.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the city proposes to offer a life insurance plan benefit for the elected positions of mayor and city council members. It would be available for all elected officials up to $50,000 with the option to participate in an individually paid supplemental life insurance plan. And it would take effect in July of 2025. So as you know, elected officials carry a significant responsibility in your role. And offering this benefit would be a prudent part of the compensation package that is available to the elected officials. Over the past decade, there's been a steady increase in threats and violence against political officials. And so we think that this is an important benefit to be able to offer to our council members. The cost of the $50,000 basic life insurance is $617 per year. So it's about $7.35 per person per month. And council members would have the option again to purchase a supplemental life insurance at their own expense under the city's program. So if approved, the mayor and council would be enrolled in the basic life insurance starting in July, and the cost would be incorporated into the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Let's go to council questions. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Is that 617 per council member or 617 for the 7 of us?
It is $617 for the 7 of you.
What a bargain. All right. Can I ask what inspired this? Was it just you were looking at the books and saw, wait a minute, they're the only class that doesn't have this?
It wasn't quite that. It did come up as a request to explore it in 2023. So it's been a couple of years. We received a quote from our insurance provider at that point. It was very minimal cost, obviously. They indicated to us that they would still honor that quote from 2 years ago if we wanted to move forward with it. Do think that it's an important part of compensation for the elected officials. So we thought that $617 was quite a bargain.
I'd have to agree with that. All right. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for offering this. More importantly, I want our residents to know it's $7-8 per month per person. It's Starbucks coffee or maybe. So, but anyway, so it's not that expensive. So though the numbers 50,000 per person per council member looks big number, but the premium is pretty low. That's what I wanted to make sure that as residents know about that. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you, Tina. I was wondering if it's similar to the health insurance, if it's an opt-out option, if someone has the same benefits from their workplace.
It would not be an opt-out option. We would just provide it to you. Hopefully you would never need it. And then you have the option if you wanted to purchase the supplemental life insurance, but the basic life insurance would be just covered by the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions from council. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no in-person speaker card. City clerk, are there any remote participants?
No, Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. I will, Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to do alternative 1, adopt a resolution amending the city's salary resolution to add life insurance benefit of mayor and city council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Lay.
I second.
Thank you. To your motion.
It's a great investment in this because it's a little amount of money. But if something terrible happens to any council member, then I would want their families to be able to financially be able to deal with it. So thank you to staff for looking out for our future council members in a devastating situation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much for offering this. I think we will all promise to try not to need it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be supporting this motion. It was Councilmember Mellinger. It was I who brought it up several years ago, especially with, let's say, the divisiveness of the communities around the nation. And at a mayor's conference, there was, let's say, a closed room meeting just with mayors talking about violence in their communities and what certain cities have done to, it's not protecting us, but as many of you know, or some of you know, that, I've had death threats and, being a public official in today's world isn't always easy. And not that $50K in benefits would make a difference, but especially when it's an option that's given to all of city staff, I think it's important for us to have that same benefit in representing the city and often being the face of the city and out in the community to a large degree. So I appreciate the motion, but I also appreciate staff for following through and getting, I'll say, a very good deal from a city standpoint. So thank you for that. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And our last item is item 25-0605, discussion and consideration of an appropriation for the 2025 Sunnyvale Pride event. Is there a staff report?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just a brief report from me. At the last City Council meeting, the City Council asked for staff to bring back a report on allocating up to $5,000 to the Presbyterian Church's upcoming Pride event that will be in Plaza del Sol. The report illustrates where the money will go in terms of the fees for the city and the intent that we have from the Presbyterian Church through their application. I will leave it to you for discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
if I can just add, this item is the last time, I think it mentions it in the report, but I think, or in the council questions, but the last time we took an action like this outside of our community events grants process was with the pet parade several years ago. And I just wanted to make the public aware that, we do have a community grants, community neighborhood grants events, community events, and it's late, a community events and neighborhood grants program that we encourage all organizations to go ahead and make an application through, because that gives us an equitable and fair way to distribute city funds to all these granting agencies. So it's not unprecedented that we've taken something outside that process, but I just wanted to share that for the public, that that's the best avenue to request money for a specific community event.
Thank you, City Manager. Next up is council questions. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, and then thanks for City Manager clarifying that as a chair of the Community Grants Subcommittee, I also feel that we should be fair. There is a process we need to follow. In fact, Vice Mayor Sel put me in touch with one of the organizers, and then I am working with her to share my experience of organizing a community event. We had a similar situation where we were forced to raise money, and then recently also the Hispanic community last year, I worked with them in the early process of planning for Iberio American Festival they organized. The team was, it was the first time they were organizing some big event like this. And then they were able to successfully fundraise. And then I've been involved in some of the events such as Mardi Gras Walk. Of course, it's a smaller event, and then we do summer and winter solstice event. There are ways to creatively fund this, including fundraising. And then the other point I want to make is when an application comes to the subcommittee for community grants, we don't fund 100% of that. Typically, whatever the staff recommends, it might be up to anywhere between 40 to 60%. So I am very, very interested in supporting Pride Parade, but having said that, I want fairness involved here. I would be more than happy to work with the organizers in coming up with creative ways of fundraising or any other way. And then the other question I have for the city staff is, one way we can support them, or the city can support them, is to, I know the application fee is already waived, $135 or whatever. Maybe the other, the facility fees or something like that, I would be more amenable for waiving those things instead of blanketly funding the whole program as such. I would be more than very, very happy to help them organize this event. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I put this forward after receiving concerns from the organizers, and they are independently fundraising, and they are actively fundraising. I've actually contributed personal funds as well. You know, Pride was previously organized by the Chamber of Commerce. They put it on up to 2023. And then with the leadership vacuum that happened at the Chamber a couple years ago, they were not able to organize that in 2024. And due to various communication issues and all of the things that we've discussed in our events process and so forth and so on, the Presbyterian Church tried to take it on, but it was not able to be successful in 2024. I have been working with them actively. They missed the grant program window, which was in October. And so from my perspective, the reason I brought this forward, I want to be clear, I see this as a one-time thing. I want any future Pride events to be going through the community event and neighborhood grant process. I've conveyed that to the organizers. At the same time, I think it is really important for the community to have a pride celebration, especially in the current political climate. And I see this as sort of stepping in to ensure that that happens, and then as a one-time thing, and then getting them onto a solid footing so that they can continue without further city intervention in future years. And I've had those conversations with the organizers. And I think I'm optimistic that this will lead to a sustainable annual pride celebration for the city of Sunnyvale. So I do have a couple of questions for staff, and I think this could be for Mr. Kirby or Mr. Pollins. I believe, or Ms. Pereira, I believe that we, in our community, in the event study session a couple months ago, that we said the grant process is going to start operating twice a year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And see, that's the other piece to this, is that if we had had the grant process operating twice a year at this point, this wouldn't be an issue. I would have gotten them to go through the spring cycle.
And if I may, with the grants process, part of the discussion around operating it twice a year was assuming an increase to that community event and neighborhood grant program fund overall.
Yes, and that was going to be my second question. On the money side, I seem to recall that we're planning to substantially increase the CENGP funding for this year's budget. I don't remember what the numbers are off the top of my head. Mr. Pollins, Mr. City Manager, is that accurate?
It's $100,000 increase.
$100,000 increase on a $50,000 existing budget. So we're tripling it.
Correct.
Okay. So, as I said, I see this as stepping in as a one-time thing as we get our new events process up and operational. And I do not see us taking this step with the Pride Parade in the future. But I guess we technically have not had public comment yet, so I'm going to turn off my microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thanks, Michelle. Can you clarify, do you have the numbers for how much the total cost of the event is? I'm only seeing the permit cost for $815.
That's what we have. We don't have a total cost of the event because they're organizing it. We only have the conditions that we put out, which are fees for the application, for the location. They would be covered under the city's insurance if the city council does decide to make this a a city sponsored event. And there's one other fee it's a refundable fee. It's a deposit. So really the only fees that we have in here are the ones that would come to the city. But if they're spending $1,000 on a band, that would be up to them. We don't get involved with that.
Okay. So I guess I don't know where the $5,000 specifically is coming from or going to.
That was the amount that the Presbyterian Church put out there when they came and spoke during public comment at the last meeting. So that was their ballpark for what this would cost for them to put on, which I presume would mean entertainment, perhaps a food truck. I'm hypothesizing here, but decorations. That's really where the money tends to go on events like this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much. To piggyback off of that previous comment, how much of the 5,000 is anticipated to go towards paying city fees?
I would say about if the deposit comes back, maybe about $500.
Okay.
1,000 at the most if something was to break.
Okay. Okay. So most of it would probably be going to outside vendors. And so there would be there is a noticeable difference between us waiving all the fees and then instead of giving this grant. Okay. Thank you.
That would be correct. And we would look at this like the community events and neighborhood grants program, which is reimbursable, not just a check. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for putting this together and for acting quickly. You kind of put it on the agenda it's a full month. And so appreciate the flexibility around this. It is really timely. Just to clarify, if they don't spend any of that money, that stays with us. And so it's just what they end up spending. This is kind of their upper limit, is what they're saying, is that $5,000 to play with is going to make the difference here. And that's what I understand as well. Could they use this money to secure DPS presence at their event? Is that something that we would, it's my understanding that we would charge for DPS to be present at the event, to be security, and how much would that be?
So to answer your question, yes, they could use that towards DPS costs. At the moment, we do not have that as a condition because this event did not reach the level of needing DPS to be there.
Right. Yeah, no, and I ask simply because it's been mentioned, the political climate right now, and that Pride Month is coming up, and we just don't know what's going to be happening in the world that could prevent this from happening if security was a resource. So I'm thinking of the unknowns that are kind of unique to
Sure.
this
And
event right now.
DPS is aware of it. They're on the routing for it. So, you know, it's not something where they're unaware that this is going to happen.
Okay.
Now,
Otherwise,
whether
my
they are
question-
there in an official capacity in terms of they are hired to be there or they are just there on patrol like usual.
Okay, that's helpful because I'm just thinking of these things that might come up that might be larger expenses that would
100%.
have it make that would make more sense to me and something that I've talked about with them as well. But I will leave those comments for later, and all my other questions have been asked and answered. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Sal.
Hi, I'm a member of the Sunnyvale Presbyterian Church, but I'm not directly involved in this organizing. I do know that the person responsible for organizing this is a leader in the church and very reputable. She's on staff for the church. So this would be, my understanding is that this would be treated like the neighborhood grants, in which the entity would need to provide receipts, and then they would be reimbursed. So the 5,000 would not go to them. It would be reimbursements for what they provide in terms of receipts. Is that correct?
That's what we're proposing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. And I'll be abstaining from this because I'm a member of the church, although I have no financial connection to anything of this.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, the question of what the money would go towards came up. And in my discussions, the two big blockers that came up were, one, the cost of providing a porta potty at the Plaza del Sol, which is a city requirement and would be over $800. And the other was the cost of event insurance, which would have been about $2,000, but that is waived if we provide the grant and city sponsor anyway.
Correct.
So those were the two big sources, that the two big expenses that were flagged to me.
Thank you very much. And I had just a few questions, basically kind of in relationship to if this application had come to us in July, and just trying to get a better feel for, the direction for our improved event and community grant process. I think we had direction, not just kind of a twice a year cycle, but we also talked a little bit about waiving first time permit fees. Is that true? Or I'm trying to remember, is that part of that the increased budget?
That was something that we discussed. And one of the questions I asked at the end was like, what do you see us waiving? And the direction to staff was to come back with a proposal on what we could waive or not. And certainly one of the major topics was a first time event application would probably be one of those. So we are working on that document that we will bring back. It won't help us today, but certainly, we already waived the application fee, so there's already precedent there.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then as far as that process, when do we think that will come back to council? If you know?
W- we just talked about it today. We are hoping to bring that back by mid to end of summer.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I see no other questions from council. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker card. City clerk, do you have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is, how about providing insurance, which seems to be the biggest cost, plus the requirement for portable party? Is that a hard requirement, portable party, or since it's a Plaza del Sol, can we waive that, or what exactly can we? I would love to help the organization, but at the same time, I don't want to set a precedence kind of a thing.
Yeah, I would say we would not waive the portable restroom. That's just going to open us up to every future event at Plaza del Sol for someone to
Okay.
ask us to waive that. So
Okay.
I would say for the conditions, we have them for a reason, and I wouldn't waive those conditions.
Okay.
If you're looking for something to waive, I would focus on the soft costs that the city can absorb.
Like insurance?
Like well, if it's a city-sponsored event, the insurance would be not waived, but it would be covered
Covered
by
by
our
us.
policy.
Okay.
Correct.
So without providing the money requested, I know when some application comes to the community grant subcommittee, they would have provided some kind of a budget item and then all the details, right? I know we didn't have time for those things, but at the same time, I don't want to just say, here is $5,000 or, and then as I said before, even after they submit the budget, there is only a portion of it city covers, right? Because we don't have infinite money. So instead of how difficult is it to say we can take up the insurance cost? Is that doable, or what exactly we can do?
I would say you would need to say that this is a city-sponsored event. And
Without giving any other funding, right?
correct. And if you're looking for things to lower the cost for them, it would be the rental fee for Plaza del Sol. It would be, the insurance. And I would say the hard costs are going to be having a park worker there, which we do at all of our events. Other hard costs are going to be the portable restrooms. Those are things if you don't waive, and you want it to be a free event, we would have to pay for.
Okay. I have an appetite to do that, exactly what you say. Waive all the cost and then incur our city pays the big ticket items, that is the insurance cost. I know insurance cost is one of the biggest costs, even when I organized the event. And then the next seems to be the portable restrooms cost. That's about $800 or
It's actually, I think, came in at about 500.
500. That's what.
But that would be something that we don't supply ourselves. So
Right.
that would be a cost for the applicant to absorb.
Okay. So I am. I totally understand it's a one-time deal and then one-time cost, but then most of the events, we see a lot of applications at the subcommittee level. You are aware of this. which are one time, the first time event happening. And then we normally don't, we want some kind of history and then how it's managed and all those things. I don't have any doubts about management of these kinds of events. The church is very well equipped. They are capable of handling this, but at the same time, I don't want to say that we'll cover the entire cost and then so anything city can help, we can do that. That's
My advice then, that if that is the direction that council wants to go, that we do not include any hard costs for the city, because again, that would set a precedent for future events. Things that we can waive, that we waived for other people in the past, like a facility rental, is something that we could repeat.
And then insurance cost or something, whatever the hard cost, yeah, like you said, we can do that. Any external payment such as entertainment, food, or all the marketing and all those expenses, it should be covered. It's the same thing which happened in Ibero-American event. They organized and then they raised money for cultural programming and other things. So,
but for that event, all the facility rentals were waived.
Correct, exactly. And then for the first time Diwali, also some of the event facility costs were covered by the city when I organized.
And the last one.
Yeah, so I totally understand. So that's my take right now, and then if there are no other comments, I am ready to make that motion. So, thank you.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I continue to believe that the best thing to do is to do what I proposed 2 weeks ago, which is to offer up to $5,000 in reimbursement for the Pride celebration. And I look to the pet parade, which was a comparable amount of money, as another example of this. When the pet parade was being brought back and resurrected, and Mayor, you remember these events better than I do. The $5,000 or so that were allocated in 2019 helped to put the pet parade on a solid footing, and to not just to support it for that year, but to ensure that it came back year after year. I do agree that it's unfortunate that they missed the October window for the grant application, and that's not ideal. But as we are going, I see this as stepping in to support an event that I think is going to be tremendously valuable to have every year as we move through the process of reforming our events, our community event process. So I'm in favor of allocating the up to $5,000, especially with the potential of DPS costs. They specifically mentioned in their application, given the political climate, that they would like to have DPS officers present. So I would be in support of allocating the $5,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
I'm waiting for other comments. Otherwise, I'll make my motion.
Councilmember Lai.
I'm in support of making this allocation. To my mind, it is precedent that was already set in 2019 with the pet parade, and it is a similar situation. It is a one-time startup cost thing that we anticipate that the event organizers will be able to find on their own in the future. And with the grant cycle changing, I think this has a very good chance of being a one-time thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you. I'm also in agreement that it would be appropriate to offer up to $5,000 as a startup for this year, acknowledging that in this case, we'd be avoiding that unfortunate scenario that inspired us to originally reevaluate and redesign our events process in the city, and that is to have a really important, great idea representing a community that needs that visibility and is looking to get that community and support through our events process, have that idea die out because of something that we could have affected. So having the grant cycle the way it was, or the fees where we are. And I see that the changes that we're looking to make, if they were already in place, this would not be happening. And if I was not confident in that, I would agree that we would have to take a different and closer look and perhaps a different approach. The success of an event like this is really dependent on how well it goes the first time. And it's not unique to Pride, but it's absolutely true in that case. This would only be the second city-specific Pride event in Santa Clara County. And there's a reason for that. It's difficult to fundraise for it. If it's not really fun and a good time, you're not able to get the kind of sponsorship and engagement the next year, potentially because there's a lot of different pulls on that limited pool of resources that could support an event like this. So I see the virtue in saying, let's see how you can do with this one-time amount, considering there's a lot of unexpected costs that could come up as well. And then we have a different process. They're aware they are able to take full advantage of city resources next time, and then leverage the support and the engagement and the commitments that they get this year. Then wonderful. We will have launched a very successful Pride event that we can be very proud of in the city of Sunnyvale, to have only the other one besides San Jose. And the alternative would be really tragic in this situation. I see it as avoidable. And so this feels like the right thing to do for all the other reasons, precedent, et cetera. So I will go ahead and put my support for that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Chang.
Michelle, can you help me understand how we make the determination of what is a city event and what isn't a city event when we have a lot of community events?
Yes, anything that goes through the community event and neighborhood grants program is considered a community event. A city-sponsored event. And then anything that is supported through city funds that the Sunnyvale Downtown Association does is considered a city-sponsored event.
And Councilmember, anything that's a city event would be something that Michelle's staff actually organizes, staffs, and puts on. So Earth Day would be a city event versus a city-sponsored event versus just a permanent event. So those are sort of the three big categories, I think. Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. Yeah.
And do you know to what degree they've tried to work with the Downtown Association?
I don't. I don't.
I think they've attempted to work, but there hasn't been, because the Downtown Association is putting on so many of its own events. I think it's kind of stretched to the point that it can't take on more events.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you. And I'll give a quick comment. I do think that the request is reasonable. Going back to 2019, at that point, we didn't have the concept of insurance. A lot of that money in these events are, especially for a small organization, are very expensive from an insurance standpoint. And also from a pet parade standpoint, there was DPS activity required, closing down, even though temporarily closing down one minor street was a big issue. So there were a lot of questions as far as that's concerned. I have full faith that we're not really setting precedent here. Ultimately, a lot of this from a process standpoint would be corrected once when we change our process and improve it. I do think that, giving them the $5,000 is a reasonable thing, and we will be requiring appropriate receipts, and as we do with everything else, making sure that as we do with the normal community event process. So I do think it's a reasonable request. And with that, Councilmember Mellinger,
I move, I believe this is alternative.
Councilmember Srinivasan was, I think, ready to make a motion, or?
Oh, sorry.
No, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. Council member Mellinger make the motion.
Oh,
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember Srinivasan, as well. And I do want to say that the points you've made are very well taken. I don't want to see this become a habit. But with that said, I move alternative 1, approve appropriation of up to $5,000 in council set-aside funds for the Sunnyvale Presbyterian Church's 2025 Sunnyvale Pride event on a reimbursement basis.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Second.
To your motion.
We've discussed this very thoroughly. As I said, I see this as a way to ensure a firm foundation for a community event that I hope will continue for many, many years to come. I've had many discussions with the organizer, and I've emphasized the need for long-term sustainability for this event. And I'm going to be continuing to work with them to ensure that that happens. And I respectfully urge my colleagues I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, as all our council colleagues discussed, this is an important event for Sunnyvale. There is no two ways about that. We need to celebrate Pride and Pride Parade. So this, for me, the issue was basically setting the precedents, and then after I heard my colleagues' comments, mayor saying why it may not set precedents. I think it makes sense to allocate money, and then it's on expense basis only, which means that who knows whether it will exceed or not. If it exceeds, they will cover the cost. If it doesn't exceed, we should be okay. So either way, we should be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 601 with Vice Mayor Sell abstaining.
Thank you. Next are council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Are there any? Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a report from last week's meeting of the Bay Area Water Supply Conservation Agency, which was our budget meeting. The 2024-2025 budget is expected to be 5 to 10% under estimates, with the 2025-26 operating budget essentially flat. We voted to approve a 2.3% rate increase. Keep in mind, Bosca's budget is very small, $5 to $6 million across, 26 member agencies. 2.3% rate increase matching SFPUCs to strengthen reserves. We're considering using potential excess funds from this fiscal year to pay down our CalPERS liability. Last year, we voted to aim to try to completely pay down our CalPERS liability within 10 years. We also received updates on the water levels at the reservoirs, and most of the reservoirs in the state are almost full or almost full. We had a discussion on the long-term reliable water supply strategy 2050, which covered a wide range of issues and is part of, as one of my colleagues on the board pointed out, Director Weed mentioned that in the water world, 25 years is not long-term planning. That's at most medium-term planning. But even so, we're dealing with the challenges of a warming climate, unpredictable demand, the need to avoid overinvesting, which can lead to a rate death spiral, as some water districts have seen, while at the same time making sure that we have enough to meet higher demand in a supply shortfall environment. Very interesting meeting, and I encourage my colleagues to watch it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
Just a little report on serve on the VTA board representing Sunnyvale. So they reviewed their budget for the next 10 years. They will be projecting a deficit, but in order to address that deficit, so that the deficit will be going into their reserves, but in order to minimize the reserves, they will be having a policy of 20% vacancies, hiring freezes, and if needed, to have the employees take furlough days. So, but they did not talk about layoffs and they did not talk about reduction of services. And they will be reporting on every quarter how they're doing so that the board can monitor the situation. So it will be a tight time, but they care about the employees and they care about the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And final question, is the contract negotiations ongoing?
Yes, so they have about 4 unions. 3 of the 4 unions have, they've negotiated the contracts with 3 of the 4 unions. And those 3 unions, they negotiated with them. Those unions, I think, had over 90% of the membership approve the contract. It's still ongoing with the ATU, and they will keep discussions going.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then as from a Silicon Valley clean energy standpoint, last week we had a offsite at their new facility, their new building that's at the corner of McKinley and Sunnyvale Avenue. Thank you to Councilmember Srinivasan for showing up as alternate as well. But it was a good meeting talking about conceivably what goals we have for that new facility as far as education for students, demonstration from conceivably installers, and then also, kind of a commercial kitchen demonstrating the value of induction cooking and things of that nature. So lots of good feedback from that standpoint. And then from the board meeting that happened later that evening, we approved a 15-year contract for 25 megawatts of wind power, which is good for us because you want a mixture of different sources as much as possible, and adding that wind capability to the overall distribution of sources was really important. And also there's going to be a new pilot program from a rate structure for real-time pricing that will be coming up later this year. That is all of of IGRs. Next up are non-agenda items or comments from council. Are there any? Councilmember Mellinger.
Is this the time for discussing the remainder of the study session, or do we want to do that next?
That's after we adjourn this meeting.
Oh, right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other comments. City Manager, do you have any comments?
Yes, I'll turn it over to Sarah for a comment.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Johnson-Rios, Assistant City Manager. Briefly, just wanted to call your attention to one of the information items in the agenda packet today. It's follow-up from the November 19th, 2024 joint study session with council and board and commission chairs and vice chairs. A number of the items that were raised in 2024 have already been completed, and most of the remainder of those items are underway. So we did highlight policy and operational items for you, and we sent this information to all of our board and commission members last week. Just wanted to draw your attention to that.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, thank you.
The study session. Welcome, reminding us about a 8:30 meeting on Thursday.
Oh, I yes, I could do that. We have our budget workshop on Thursday starting at 8:30 a.m. So looking forward to that. And it'll be an all-day workshop, lunch and breakfast or continental breakfast probably provided.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting. at 11:23 p.m. And we will take, let's say, a 2-minute recess. Did people need to go to the restroom? Okay, 5-minute recess and come back at 11:28 p.m. to continue our study session from earlier this evening. No. Are we ready? Let us reconvene our study session from earlier this evening. At that point, we had, just as a reminder to council and residents at that point, we had just closed public comment and we were bringing it back to council for additional questions and or feedback, not direction, as we're not conceivably voting on anything tonight. This is a study session, but it is asking for additional feedback and conceivably additional items that you might want to see. So we're bringing it back to council for those final comments. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all of the members of the public who came out and spoke tonight. I found myself especially moved by the students speaking about their experiences attempting to bike to school and the difficulties they face biking on Hollenbeck. And I want to also call attention to letters we received from Cupertino Union School District Trustee Sylvia Leong and from Fremont Union High School District Trustee Danny Choi, reiterating those concerns and requesting and expressing support for this. For bike lanes on Hollenbeck. As I mentioned, I have been biking Hollenbeck for many years now. I now bike it regularly on my way to work because even imperfect as it is, it's considerably more comfortable than Sunnyvale, Saratoga. And I actually find it to be comparably comfortable and more direct than Mary for my destination in Cupertino. And when I bike on Hollenbeck, when I cross the border into Cupertino, the street parking goes away and there are now buffered bike lanes on both sides of Stelling. Hollenbeck turns into Stelling and it's buffered bike lanes with no street parking through a residential neighborhood all the way down to De Anza College. When I was knocking doors in my campaign 2.5 years ago now, the line I used at every single door was, I want your kids to be able to walk and bike to school safely. I must have said that 500, 1,000, 2,000 times. That is a campaign pledge. So I have a couple things I want to say. First, I'd like to challenge each of my colleagues to bike from the Sunnyvale Library to De Anza College and back on Hollenbeck. Do it once before this comes back to council. See what it feels like. I think I want to also say, I hear the concerns from the residents about the impact of taking away all street parking on Hollenbeck. In particular, the impact on senior citizens, on those with limited mobility. That said, there is a city policy in the land use and transportation element. There's city policies in the climate action playbook, in Vision Zero, that to my mind, all support at the very least the substantial reduction of street parking in favor of better bicycle infrastructure on Hollenbeck, which would provide a much needed north-south link. And so my perspective on this is I want to keep parking to the extent that we can do so without putting bike lanes into the door zone or creating other safety hazards. But I do, it's my opinion that we should be aiming to move forward with dedicated bike lanes on Hollenbeck. I don't know what shape, size, orientation, or direction yet, but we should move forward with that. Some things I would like to possibly consider, as I suggested, is a two-way cycle track on one side and street parking on the other. And I liked the mayor's idea of alternative 2B, which is just parking on one side, bike lane, and not doing the chicanes. And the twist on that of 2C of, yeah, you chicane, but only at the breaks in the blocks. And the last thing I'm going to say is, while I don't want to have the idea of traffic calming taken out of band on this, I agree with the city manager on that. Bike lanes and traffic calming are two great tastes that taste great together. And certainly, certainly I'm supportive of the neighbors' efforts to seek traffic calming, and given the timelines involved in actually implementing the bike lanes, I think there's a really good chance that they could be implemented roughly around the same time. But I don't want to roll that into this project. So those are my thoughts on this issue. I thank my colleagues for their indulgence at this late hour.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thanks for public for not only coming to the council, but also giving really, really good feedback. I am really moved by the children, by school children, and then biking community, and then more importantly, the residents. They came, and then I met with them. It's really good to hear their feedback, and thanks for their feedback. The signatures they collected, 180 of them, all of them are the residents of that street, so they are directly impacted by this. So I want to, these are my comments. I want to make sure that when whatever we do, we make safe for everybody, including the residents, the biking community, the pedestrian, everybody. So it's not, we should not be looking at one community as such. And then to that effect, I want to see what are the pedestrian crosswalks we can implement. Especially, I have repeatedly heard from residents. In fact, at least once every month, I hear about Cheyenne and Hollenbeck. That's a very, very critical intersection we need to pay attention to. And then, as a start of all these things, I would suggest let's improve that intersection because that's directly leading to Nimitz. So we need to do that. And then we need to do a lot more community outreach. I know city city community outreach, we do a fairly decent, good job, but probably reaching out to the residents, and then as lot of residents pointed out, some of them are seniors who they don't have internet access or any way of participating. We shouldn't be missing out on that. The other thing, one of there are a couple of things the public made a comment. One person made a comment about Mary Avenue, which has more accident despite having bike lanes. I want to see whether we have any data supporting that assumption. So I want to see that. Not that it will affect this study, but it's more of curiosity as such. And then the other thing I want to make sure is whatever we do, we get more information about parking, and then we heard different levels of parking information, some color coded this way and then the other way. So more information. And then I also would like some median treatment, because one of the dangers of all and back, whether you are going on a car or bike or whatever, is the median crossing. Some way of even putting speed bumps or whatever in the middle of the street so that people do not cross the street, cross the yellow line would be very, very useful. And then we shouldn't forget about traffic calming. That is, everybody has requested that. Whatever may be the outcome of the final configuration of bike and bike lanes, but we need to implement traffic calming. That's the that will keep not only the residents but pedestrians and biking community, and then including the cars. Some of the cars drivers have said that that is one of the speeding is one of the biggest dangers of all and back. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Lai.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Mellinger, I will not be able to ride a bike by the time this comes back to council. I apologize. Councilmember Srinivasan, were you talking about rumble strips in the middle? Like the where, yeah, something like that. Is that
Something like that.
Right.
At least some temporary quick build. I know our quick builds are 2 year quick builds, but something like the rumble strips, or we have seen that in on freeways, right? When you cross. So something like that, because especially I'm concerned from 12 inches, sorry, taking 12 inches to 11, it's still 12 feet to 11 feet, which will lead to a lot more crossing of the yellow line.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that within the scope of our traffic calming mechanisms? I don't know who I'm asking.
Both Angela and Lillian and Chip, or all three, both are online tonight to finish this up. So we'll let them answer that question. I think those are phase 1 traffic calming measures, but Angela or Lillian, can you jump in?
Rumble strip is part of the phase 1 traffic calming measures that we have implemented at least one of the locations.
Thank you. I think one of the, I do want to thank the public for coming out, especially the students. And I do want to push back a little bit on something that was said where it was said that these are members of a special interest group who are coming out and advocating for this. And my son rides to school on Fair Oaks and he's not supposed to, but he does. And I know he does. And I don't think it's a special interest to keep children safe on the way to school. I don't think safe routes to school are a special interest. Further, I want to say thank you to the high schoolers for coming out and providing us with their perspectives. I agree with what was said about the alternatives. And I have a question about the proposed 2C option about the chicanes crossing across, interchanging left to right. I believe they're already from block to block, right?
Currently, what's being proposed is not necessary block to block. So the criteria for the slide again. So it is some regions are maybe like about 2 blocks or so. Because that's kind of what it is, like about 2 blocks roughly.
Councilmember, any other?
No, sorry. It's late at night. If I had anything else, I forgot. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm making you look for this.
Thank you, Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you. And it is late, so I've really tried to distill a lot of notes down. So I will try to keep it brief, as much of what I wanted to say has already been said. I want to address staff's question of what data I would need to make this decision. One, I would like to see collision data, especially post 2018. The ATP has collision data for Holland Beck prior to that, but not after. So I think that would be very helpful, especially when it involves bike vehicle interface. And then I would really love to see the level of data specificity that we saw when we discussed and decided on the Homestead bike lanes and the Sunnyvale Ave bike lanes when it comes to parking utilization and understanding when parking is available, who is parking there, and what that availability would look like when the demand would be highest if we were to take away this on-street parking, and also what kind of driveway space is available, and some more detail into really what kind of impacts we're going to be looking at for whom and when. For the considerations I'm going to have as I make this decision is first and foremost safety, the implications for both cyclists and pedestrians. And if you notice, neither of those things are about the parked cars. It's going to be about the actual human beings who are trying to use the public right of way and how the city is being good stewardship of their safety by utilizing our public resources and infrastructure. So if we make one decision, there's an externality that we do the bike lanes and we need more mid-block crossings, then that is the consideration we take, but we make sure that we are considering the safety of those who would need to find alternate parking arrangements if they would not be conveniently located somewhere where they wouldn't have to cross the street. I would be looking at what council policy says, and it's been brought up. It says that we prioritize active transportation and furthering city goals. So looking at our plans, that was also brought up. We're going to see what, and look to that as part of my North Star to see what it is we should do in this particular instance as we weigh all of the considerations. And I want to address the traffic calming. I introduced the study issue that reevaluated our traffic calming thresholds, and we ended up redoing the process. And so I am very, very sympathetic and excited about people. I'm sympathetic to that concern, and I'm excited about people utilizing this process as it's intended, which is to address these really serious safety concerns. However, I see that as not completely separate, but it's not something that I'm taking with this. This is about the bike lanes. There can be other safety improvements made, but I want to be focusing on, is there a need to have these bike lanes there to make it safe for people who are traveling on this road? And is this the best way to achieve it specifically for cyclists? I'm trying to narrow it down because we can get into a lot of issues very easily when it comes to this. And I do appreciate the members of the public who came out and gave their perspectives and their concerns and want us to know how this will impact their lives, because that's how we have information to make people safer. I am very moved by the testimony of children and the school communities in regards to safety, and something that came up when the Homestead bike lanes, if there was a child who, God forbid, died because of a car crash related to them cycling, and they were cycling, and I didn't do anything to potentially prevent it, I would have a very difficult time looking back on this decision. So I do also, on council, you make decisions that are serious like that, and I'm going to have to think very seriously about the safety and whether I want to be put in a position to have to look back on that council decision in that lens. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lillian and Angela, for staying on so late. Earlier, I was trying to describe if I could see more of a refined alternative too, because of the concerns of safety of the chicane and the alternating sides. We brought up kind of the concerns on the safety of Wolf. I actually live on Wolf, so I see that every day, and I live kind of on where the bike lanes are. And I see constantly kind of people pulling out of their driveways. And when there's parked cars, when there's large trucks, you cannot see it all if there's a bicyclist coming in the bike lane. So that's why I'm really concerned about alternative 2, and if we can find some other options that were brought up tonight. And for alternative 3, with SB 1216 banning sharrows of 31 miles and over, I'm not comfortable saying, well, if it's 30 miles, so 1 mile under, then we should do sharrows. So if we can look into some other alternatives for alternative 3 as well. I'm also supportive of looking at the speed issues, and if that can be paired in somehow. I know it's not directly part of this study, but it is concerning about the safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go back to other council members, let me add some comments of my own. First, thanks to all the residents who spoke on this. Thanks to all the emails that we received, and there has been a lot of outreach to this point, and I think that's why we're seeing so many residents that are speaking up. I'm looking forward to seeing the data on the option 2B of parking on a single side of the street as opposed to the chicanes. I will raise, let's say, questions about the cycle track solution, mainly the concept of pulling in or backing out of a driveway where people are coming from both directions. To me would be pretty difficult because of the speed of cyclists and conceivably what that means to the overall solution. But we'll have staff do a further investigation. From a report to council, what needs to be clear from the presentation is what intersections have crosswalks. What is the crosswalk currently? Is it a hawk signal? Is it just a high visibility crosswalk? Is it no crosswalk and assume that residents will cross on their own volition and on their own recognizance? Would like to see that. And then further, so intersections, improvements, and then comparing the bike lane option B solution, option 2 solution, to how that proposed implementation compares to Mary to Sunnyvale Avenue to Wolf Road. So just so that we get a better idea on the widths of those and in comparison to this design. And then, I won't belabor the traffic calming. Definitely it needs to be added to the list, but there's lots of different traffic calming, especially on arterials, which I do think that this is, luckily we've added the arterials to our toolkit, and hopefully that will provide us and staff a little bit better options to when they're looking at conceivably doing traffic calming along this corridor. With that, Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank all of my colleagues for their very insightful comments on this, especially the comments on the need for pedestrian safety, especially. If I were writing this study issue now and not 5 years ago, it would not be bike lanes on Hollenbeck. It would be Hollenbeck Complete Streets Plan, right?
Yeah.
That's not what we've got in front of us, and we can't, and rescoping this now is not necessarily something that I've got a huge appetite for. But I think that definitely, what the mayor said about, the analysis on where crosswalks are. What Councilmember Srinivasan said about the intersection at Cheyenne. Something specifically in terms of data that I would like to see is I would like to see the data of what we can do in the spaces where we can do 10-foot travel lanes and 7-foot parking lanes. If we get that extra 3 feet from going from 10-foot travel lanes and 7-foot parking lanes, what can we do? Does that make option 2 safer, or whatever variant on option 2 safer? That's something I would really like to see. And on that, I think I'm going to turn off my microphone because it's very late, and thank you very much to staff for staying up with us.
Thank you, Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, I had a very, very quick comment. First of all, thanks a lot. This is very, very good discussion. I am more interested in the data. For example, the walking distance I pointed out, it's a lot longer. It's more than 0.3 miles or something like that, because unless you can cross the street, which you cannot because there is no crosswalk, these are the analysis we need to do more realistically. And then the second thing is, obviously, one of the main lessons, apart from all this traffic calming and then bike lanes and other things we learned, is the community outreach. And then there I would suggest to, this is a district which I am very, very familiar with. I can help the city to reach out to more residents or more the community outreach, I can definitely help. So I would urge the staff to, when they are doing community outreach with a solution, to let me know, and then we can work on that. So more people get involved, I think we less surprised they would be. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lay.
Thank you. I am curious how many residents live on the street and if the petitions that we have already received in which already partially call for traffic calming, those signatures can be counted towards the signatures necessary for the traffic calming study to be initiated, and how long the wait list is for that traffic calming.
So I can go ahead and address this question. We did take a look at that. We did receive numerous requests for traffic calming. Pretty much all of them came in last week, but we are already coordinating with those. We're drafting up a response to coordinate with all of those community members, and there will be a process regardless of what happens with this bike lane study. We did also take a look at the existing queue and also looking at the schedule for implementing the council's direction of changes in our traffic calming policy. So some of the changes, as we mentioned back in December, are requiring additional resources that we have included in this year's proposed budget, which you will be discussing on Thursday. So should that get approved, then starting July 1st, we can start to implement, including considering residential collectors. There are approximately 10 other traffic calming projects in process in various stages right now. And so this would go in the queue in the order that it's received. The policy states that we approach them first come, first serve. So we've already added it to our list, and we've already started coordinating with the community members. But we will those few things will impact the schedule.
Thank you. And then I wanted to add, as far as outreach goes, I think I would appreciate deliberate outreach to the schools. I saw on the presentation that the private schools, Resurrection and Challenger, I think, have already participated. I would like to see outreach to Nimitz, West Valley, and Cumberland. They're not directly on the street, but their neighborhoods are adjacent to it. And I want to make sure that there isn't a school bus stop here for Cumberland, especially. I know that Cumberland has a school bus, and I'm pretty sure that it goes into the neighborhood. But I think that's worth a conversation. And then I had one more thing. And I don't remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mellinger.
And if we're talking about school outreach, we might as well talk about Sunnyvale Middle, Fremont High, and Homestead High.
And just for council's sake, the city manager and I met with reps from each of the school districts last week and raised this issue with them. So they know that this study is going on, but making sure that they'll pass it to their appropriate PTAs. Councilmember Lay.
Sorry. Do we have crossing guards on the street to go to the schools?
We
Go ahead.
We do have crossing guard at some of the intersections near different schools. Along Hollenbeck, I don't know for a fact whether we do have one or not. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. It's not
Councilmember. I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm familiar with that one, and there is a crossing guard at Hollenbeck. I think it's Danville.
I know that we have crossing guards for the schools within the Sunnyvale School District. I'm not sure if we do for the ones within Cupertino. And I think that intersection of Cheyenne that Councilmember Srinivasan was talking about, that would in theory be benefit from a crossing guards. I would like to explore that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is
Mayor, last thing, one last.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Sorry, regarding Cheyenne, even a simple crossing, marking the crossing and with some signal might help the students there, not necessarily a crossing guard, because crossing guard on Hollenbeck is a dangerous job. So anyway, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting, 11:59 p.m. Thank you.